Good morning, team. Today is Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025. Welcome to Blue Sky's live trading stream hosted by me, Coach Rizzler, as well as the rest of my great coaches and staff here at Blue Sky. Hope you guys are ready for an exciting day. It's Tuesday, as I said, so let's see what happens in the market. Yesterday, we had some explosive moves to the upside. And I gotta say, I'm excited to see what we've got in store for us today. I'm almost positive we've got something else even better in store for us. If you guys are looking for a way to change your life and get started in your day trading career, today is the day to start. We've got some fantastic sales going on right now for 49 and $69 are launch plans that are set up for traders just like you that are looking for an advantage and a great discount in getting their career started in day trading. So, welcome. Drop those questions in chat because I am here to answer any and all day trading questions. And I'm more than glad to help you all or look at any chart that you might have a question about. So, let's get started. I'm going to jump in the Discord with the rest of our team, and I'll be dropping a link to that in chat right now. If you're looking for, if you've got questions, if you're if you wanted to ask someone with market insight that's been a market maker, then every Thursday, our fantastic coach Matt offers a free day training class, free of charge for anyone. So pop in the Discord. The link is in the description below. I hope to see you guys in there. Let's have a great trading day. We've got less than 3 minutes to get started. I'm gonna pop in the Discord. Alrighty, team. How's it going? Not much of a move in the overnight session. You can kind of see that there in the chart. A lot of tight consolidation. I skipped last night's overnight session because Thursday, the New York sessions move was just giving, it gave so much. So made it fairly easy to not have to worry about doing much for the night. All right, let me open up the rest of my charts so we can get started. Okay, what is this? This is that. Okay. All right. Pop open the heat map. Probably need one more. See how gold was doing. Oh, look at that. Like gold just ripped in the overnight session. Let's check gold futures. Oh man, to swing a call overnight. Sheesh. We've been talking about this for days now, just how giving gold has been. So let's see what gold has today. There are no zero DTEs on gold today, so I can't necessarily say that we'll have a crazy move on it. But I am going to be keeping my eyes on it most throughout the day. I am not going to get my eyes off of gold. Got a minute to open. Get those orbs up here because we're way up now on the market from yesterday. I should have probably, I don't know if I can get any 4 hour lines there. I don't think I'm going to be able to pull anything off. Let's see real quick if we can find some 4 hour supports up at this level real fast. That second's till the open. And ding, ding, ding. There's your bell. Good luck, traders. Doing some selling here at the open. It's gonna be an interesting day, that's for sure. All right, let's get back in there. Oh, there's that sell. AI crossing. All right. Look at what Nvidia does. Yeah, no kidding. What's gold doing? Look at a little selly here in the open. Take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin's still in the bottom of this range, has not really done much of anything. Seen some AI stocks kind of starting to move right now. I'm thinking I should take the day off. Range day, I feel this here. Yeah, probably so. We probably are going to have a range day with the big moves we had. What do we really got popping off today since yesterday on NQ is no joke? Yeah, no kidding. Well, we got PMI dropping here in 11 minutes. So we've got some numbers. We do have some numbers dropping today. So, I think we got volatility, brother. I wouldn't call it a day just yet. Let's just say that. I wouldn't call it a day yet. Market's struggling, not necessarily doing anything, hanging on the EMAs right now. You can kind of see that here on the three. Sorry, guys, I am waiting for the oven repair guy to show up any minute, so I may not get on stream today. You got it, McCrown. Thank you for hanging out with us. Lord help us. Trump speaking in a few. Waiting for Daddy Jerome Powell. Yep, I hear you on that. I hear you on that. Market looking a little selly right now, though. Oof. Selling now. Gold gonna keep on ripping. I mean, between gold and silver, silver didn't move yesterday. I was actually really surprised that silver didn't move nowhere near the way gold moved yesterday. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm looking at gold though. Well, well, the market wants to pull back though. I'll be honest. Look like the market straight up wants to pull back. Mm. Market looking a little silly. Holding a support line I drew for now. Market coming in on itself, starting to sell. Starting to sell now. Not looking too hot. All right, let's see how much lower we go. We usually get, sometimes that push up, and then we'll get a little bit we get that sell in the morning for about an hour, and we'll get a bounce at that point. I have a pretty large orb this morning, it looks like, as well. Mm. Nasty sell down this morning. There's a lot of green on the board right now. A big problem is Nvidia, Amazon. Take a look at gold. Gold looking a little weak. Got manufacturing PMI coming out in 1 minute. That's the 1 minute, actually. Got less than 20 seconds for PMI. Numbers should be lower than previous. So they shouldn't be amazing, let's just say that. Less than 5 minutes, we got Donald Trump speaking. Market looking like it's starting to catch a bid now. I think we've got our orb now. Let's see here. All right, team. So your Orba high on NQ will be 25,010 and a quarter. Bottom side of that 15-minute opening range break will be 24,942.50. So fairly large range. Just kind of be aware of that's what we're playing in today. I mean, if we want to have a ranging day, you've got more than enough range now that if they want to just kind of play in there until they figure out what they're going to do, they could do that. So let's see what happens. Good luck, everybody. I actually picked up some AI options for this Friday. I've got some $20 calls on this. I'm expecting something explosive out of this. We shall see. AI moves. We're making some money today. I haven't taken a trade on NQ yet, or ES, or the Spire QQQ right now. Just kind of waiting right now. Rotation, the Dow is flying. Sold 990, looking for 954 before news. AMD is starting to rip. Interesting, the ES is flying while NQ is down. Yeah. You know what? You're actually right about that. The range was a little bit tighter on ES, wasn't it? Really interesting. Yeah, so on ES, your orb high is going to be 6,756 and a quarter. Bottom side of that will be 6,748 and a quarter. And just so you guys can know is where we stand and where we're at. Market's trying to bounce though. Red Bowman is saying that she sees 3 rate cuts, 2 more cuts this year. Gold's starting to sell, starting to buck the trend. Actually, what I want to bring, I don't know how this got messed up, but I am totally missing this on my main chart. I need to change the colors of those candles. Oh, let's see. How do we not change the candles? That's it right there. Okay, that should be it right there. We'll continue to sell. Mm. I think we're gonna sell. I don't think we're gonna. I don't think we're gonna rip today. Ah, perfect. That's what I wanted. TS doing. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh. Hey, I calls ain't doing bad this morning. A little down. I'm like almost 2% down on them and stuff. Not much, so not a big deal. Take it. Market's starting to push. Still got 6 minutes on this 15-minute candle. Let's see if it holds. Take a look at NQ, see what NQ is doing. I told you NQ looks like it wants to sell. But then again, we could have a breather. But then again, oh man, we had a couple of days of sells last week. We had like what? We had 2 days of sells. Hmm. Looks like NQ starting to sell. Huh. Market moving fairly slow to the downside. This is kind of weird. Yeah, instead of us getting a fast move, just kind of slow processing it. Come on. Gold train is leaving without me. Oh my god. Don't even. Let's go take a look at some GLD calls. Go 1 day out, do contracts. I'm gonna skip on gold today. There's no zero DTEs for gold today, so the contracts are a little like. Actually, silver contracts are really cheap still. Silver contracts are uber cheap right now, so I can get two out the money on silver for 8 cents right now. And you guys know me. I love me some bargain steals. I love to buy something cheap. I love to buy something under $10 and sell it for almost $100. Nothing makes me happier to do in a trading session than to find value like that. Having 100% gain, So I'm going to look at silver. I actually am going to look at silver today. I'm not going to it should correlate the same though. So gold and silver should kind of move the same. I just see the contracts are a little bit more appealing on the silver side. So a $41 call on silver. Oops. Yeah, I said it looks a little silly day, but we still got numbers. We got a bunch of speakers on the podium. So just be safe. Those are 1 day out. Man, this is something else. I can get a day expiration, which means I could buy $1 out the money. So I could buy a $41 call on silver right now for about 9 cents. And I've got 2 days to cook. I got 2 days to let this thing just saute and marinate there and do all the good stuff it needs to do to make me some crazy money. Did the silver? What was that, MJ? Right. Yeah. I didn't want to spend $20 on a contract, so I'd rather be further out. And I'll just look for an IV push on it. But with 2 days, anything can happen. We shall find out. Take a gander. All right, let's see what gold is doing this morning. A little bit rejecty there, but it does look like a bull flag, doesn't it? Oh yeah, look at that bull flag right there. So silver have the same thing going? We'll see. I don't like the way this. I'm looking at the $41 call on silver for tomorrow. They're about eight. They're 8 to 7 cents right now. So a little down from when I bought them. It's a little further up, but we got 2 days on them, so you know it's about the right amount of risk. If I pick up four of those, it's like $25, $30, which isn't bad, But if they rip, we could turn around and sell those for like $200 or $300 for a bundle. So that's what I'm looking at. Market looking like it's gonna sell. I've been saying that this morning though. Looks way more selly than buy to me, or buy side to me, I should say. Yeah, I'm a little down on the position. I'm a little down on the position. I'm down on both my positions. My AI calls are down like 17%. The AI calls were actually almost flat. They were almost like, yeah, they were almost green for like a minute. But with the market selling, chips kind of dipping. I was hearing some stuff about what AI doing pretty well today. Okay, yes, is someone catching a bid. Welcome. Good morning. We're gonna do here. We're gonna hold this. Nvidia holding up. I mean, they're gonna turn this around. Where's my? I'm hearing that some small caps might be running. That's probably why, like, some of you guys are talking about the Russell. Dang, about to get stepped on gold. Did you go? Did you long it? We shorted at the stop bar. So you're short gold right now? I'm just long on silver right now. I took a long position on silver and I'm paying for it. I'm paying for it. I'm paying to play on that for sure. Struggling here. Market's still not doing anything. I can't watch two streams at once. RQ, I think you can, bro. I think you can. Hurry up and do the thing, man. I need you to blow up. Trump just got introduced on the stage. Market's trying to hold on to these ranges. Struggling, though. Definitely struggling. All right, there goes the market now. Catching that bid here on ES. Let's go. NQ starting to get a little froggy here. NQ starting to hold this range. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's do the thing. I could actually head over to YouTube and just listen to that, but I think there's a little delay. There might be a little delay on the YouTube. It shouldn't be too terrible though. Shouldn't be too bad. But then again, we don't have half as many problems as we do inside the Discord. The Discord seems to be more like of an issue. It bothers me. Yeah, I know that the delay can get a little annoying. You thinking that we head lower to that 24,880? I don't know why, but to me the market doesn't look, you know, doesn't look bullish to me today. It looks very weak to me today. You know, I mean, we might just have a cool off day. Yeah, I like it. I like your target to the downside. I'm feeling the pressure because I have stuff to do today. No, the forcing trade kick in. Don't trade with feelings message for me. So yeah, absolutely, Amaro. If I've got something to do and if I've got to be somewhere in 45 minutes, I am not trading. I am not trading because this is not like the Olympics or a boxing match or UFC that it's like do or die. You need to go in the octagon and go fight. This is not like that. This is not like that at all. So if you have somewhere to be and you're feeling the pressure, if you're feeling the pressure, shut it down. Just shut it down. Go do what you got to do. Don't go do something in real life and take with you a mistake that something that might go wrong right now. Because if you force the trade and you make it happen and you lose some money, do you want to go to your meeting or go to your kid's school and have a conference or do something in real life and have that bad mojo with you, have that bad taste in your mouth that you did something wrong, that you broke some trade rules, you forced it, and now you paid the price for it, and you get to take that with you. That is not something positive to reinforce yourself for the day, or a great way to start your day. Because if anything, you're going to come back and you're going to be even more angry and frustrated and upset that you made that mistake. At least that's for how I look at it. That is my mental process of how I look at that, and I decide what I want to do. Because to me it's like I wanna have a good day, I wanna have a good meeting, I wanna go take care of what I need to take care of. And the last thing I want to have in the back of my mind is I came over here and I did X, Y, and Z, and I lost all this money. So good luck to you. Manage yourself and do what's best for you, my friend. Good luck. If not, we'll see you in a little while. The market will be here. I will be here. The rest of the team will be here. So go do what you got to do. Take care of it, and the market will be here. I was hearing some news that Bitcoin might be finding a base. Let's take a look at IBIT. Let's take a look at IBIT and see what IBIT is doing. I mean, we're here. I mean, yeah, we could probably do something. Let's see how much IBIT contracts are out the money. Awesome. Awesome. There is nothing wrong with that. There is, a lot of traders don't realize this, but not taking a trade is a form of participation. So if you guys are wondering, oh, I need to take a trade, I want to be in the market, I got to do this, then by you not taking a trade, you are participating in the market. You are choosing not to invest and put your money, your capital into the market. So that is a form of participation. So don't feel like if, oh, I didn't do this, I didn't do X, Y, Z, and whatever. Even if you decide not to participate, that is a form of participation because you are a market participant. When your money's not in the market, you are choosing not to contribute to the buying cycle. So when you subtract your orders and you're not participating, you are also affecting the market. So don't feel like, that if you don't take the trade that you're not in the market, because I don't see it like that. I see it the very opposite. That every time I don't take a trade, I am affected. I'm affecting companies and businesses that I am not investing in or I am investing in. So you can kind of see how that translates into that. Mind Vibe TV. This is the best and most transparent firm in the game. Thank you very much. I appreciate the comment. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Good luck in the market today, friend. But yeah, I definitely recommend that. You come back, you're ready to go, you're ready to attack the market with a clear set of eyes, with no bad baggage. Because I don't like to take bad baggage with me. It's like taking sand to the beach. Nobody takes sand to the beach. I don't want to come in with a bad trade or baggage that I brought with me before because I wasn't patient and I didn't take care of what my priorities were. At that given time, just like, Omar said, he's got priorities. He's got things he's got to do. He's got pressure from those things. So, I personally feel that's what makes a good trader. I think those are the exact building blocks that you need to be a good trader, because you have to set your own rules. You have to set your own time. The market can't have you by the underwear. You know what I'm saying? Like, it can't have you and control you, because if it does that, you're going to make irrational decisions, because the market is irrational. Think about it. The market is irrational. We are the rational part of the market. We bring the analysis of what the market should be doing. The market is not just doing that naturally. There are market participants that are putting their ideas into the market and are manipulating the market to what they see. And the more people that are in line with the same common perspective or trend, the market will continue to do that or provide in that manner. That's why we don't fight the trend. Stay safe. Have a great day. We'll see you in a little bit. We're about 7 minutes from the start of the London Power Hour. That's right, team. Got the London market closing here in about 8 minutes. So we should see some volatility. Market's still kind of selly though. I mean, we're just not moving. I haven't taken I'm still not in QQQ or the SPY because I just have not seen something I want. We have not broken the orb low, have not broken the orb high. Gold is moving. All right, my friend. Please tell me it's all right. It's not green. It is red. Oh my God. Don't tell me red. Mm-mm-mm. We're going to give up this whole move, huh? Mm. Not looking too hot here. The market is definitely, and there's the yes starting to give it up. Yeah, no bueno. I see that. Told you guys. Market look real sully. I'm looking at some SPY 644 puts. I mean, they're kind of cheap. I just don't know if the market is going to be aggressive on a sell today. I don't think we'll be real selly though. We usually get some profit taking. We get that push down, and in about 30 minutes, we start to make a pivot to the upside. So, I wonder if that same will hold today. Bostic says that we should be concerned about inflation because it's been above target for so long. Huh. Bostic says that he sees more inflation. The businesses are feeling the pressure and they're feeling the brunt for the win. Yeah, I'm feeling it, man. I'm feeling it on that because I am getting a little burned on it. It's all right though. It's not a whole lot of money. My AI calling and it work out too well. I got all week on this, so no big deal. I'm just glad I'm not in any zero DTEs. Look at that within Q, still super rangy, super rangy. Look at that, holding the orb. You know, think about it. Think about it right now. In 2 minutes time, we will have ranged within the 15-minute opening range break for an hour. We will have ranged for the first hour of the session. We have not had a meaningful moves. Just, you know, I mean, it is substantial within that range, but still definitely not a trend yet. Silver kind of holding. Silver kind of holding. I like it. Looks like the VIX is starting to also move up a little right now. Get a little bit of volatility in there. SPX as bearish shares are actually increasing in value as well. Those, yeah, starting to make that low. Come on, Silver. Do it for Coach. AI kind of holding right now as well. ES has broken that orb low though. So I would look for that downside push here. Why does my chart look like this? Get it, MJ. Yep. So Silver catching that bid. Might have been a little early to the party on those silver trades. Yeah. Silver and gold struggling now. Got to break these trends. Got to shake off these bears. Bears are trying to sell it. I mean, we're not doing anything. And keep pulling back into the orb range. Same for ES. Still holding it for now. Looks like it wants to go though. I mean, in all honesty, it looks like it wants to go. Yeah, it's still pushing to the downside. NQ not so much. I'm ready for this thing to break. It breaks. Mm-mm-mm. I picked up some SPXS calls. That is bearish. That's a 3x bearish ETF against the S&P. So it's like me trading the S&P, but 3x leverage, and I'm taking the long on a short-sided ETF. So we'll see. One out the money. They were a dollar. They were literally a dollar. If we get a nasty sell, these things will print. Best thing about them, I got 3 days of expiration on them. I literally have 3 days on these contracts to sit on them. So if the sell takes hold and these do get into the money, forget it. Get it. Forget about it. All right, looks like yes, still holding this area of support at 6,744.50. Should I ask Coach Mount? You know what? I'm gonna have to send Coach Mount a question, see what he's got on his radar for today, what he's got eyes on. Yeah, we got some pretty decent stuff. I scooped up I scooped up a lot of stuff this morning. So I've got SPXS calls. I got Tilray 150 calls. I got silver $41 calls, and I got AI $20 calls. So Got a few that expire this Friday, and then I've got the silver that expires tomorrow. Yeah, starting to break down. Is anybody else looking at anything? I see we got MJ long on gold, but long on gold ain't looking too hot though. Even on silver, precious metals are kind of struggling here. You're out now. Gotcha. Bad day. Lost my blue sky live. Back to emails again. Yeah, I took a couple of hits last week, so I'm taking my time today. I don't not rushing it. Took a couple of hits in the raw account, so it's kind of it happens, man. It happens to all of us. You're a great trader, though, Ace. I know you. Know you, man. I know you got this, bro. It's getting a little warm down here. I have to put my fan on. Hope you guys can hear the fan. If you do, let me know and I can shut it off. This range is crappy. It's tough. All right, perfect. Thank you for that, Anon. Well, take your time, Ace. If you need to take a break and regroup, find your center. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Scalping longs on this move down. That's tough, team. Market looking fairly weak here in the morning session. It has been a snooze fest this morning session. I'll tell you that. We're 3 minutes from the top of the hour, team. 3 minutes from the top of the hour. More than halfway. We're 30 minutes through the London Power Hour. So we got 30 minutes left of the London's Power Hour left.
It's a choppy day, guys. Y'all be safe. Market ain't doing anything.
Just stuck in this range, man. Gotta do something. VIX is starting to drop. It's kind of interesting. VIX is still dropping. So is this our base for the day, and we're gonna start ripping up, or we're gonna have this bear flag play out on NQ? You can see it on the 15-minute. We got a bear flag right there. This is right here. Silver starting to catch a little bit of a bid. Let's take a look at gold. Same for gold. Still holding EMA ribbon. I just roll over, get us some upside. Yes. Not looking bullish. I will say that. Yes is not looking bullish. NQ's holding for now, but I don't know how long it's going to hold this level here. Okay. Kind of holding here NQ. Catching a little bit of a bid. Singles for yes. VIX is still starting to kind of dip a little here. Oh, well, look at that team. Looks like Blue Sky has just dropped another fantastic sale. That's right. We've got another $100 sale going on right now on 100, 200, and 300K accounts on all platforms. That's right. That is a flash sale going on till this Sunday. So make sure you guys take advantage if y'all are looking for some great specials. VIX is still dropping. Tough morning. I wonder when we're going to see the move. Jay Powell in like 2 hours. Let's double check what time he's going to chat today. Coming soon. Coming soon. That's what I've got. Probably any minute. I haven't heard anything on the newswire yet. Yeah, I hear you on that. Death by 1,000 chopsticks. Yeah, it's tough this chop. Market looking like it wants to hold it though. VIX is VIX is starting to dump. Or trying to sell, I should say. It looks like it. All right, yes, looks like it might start breaking down a little here. Let's look at NQ. NQ still holding. Someone's lying. Someone's lying on this. Oh, we know that. Apple looks like it wants to move as well. What's the Dow doing? Someone had mentioned that the Dow was ripping. Dow's starting to reject. Same for the Russell. Russell's got a bull flag though. Hmm. Starting to get a few buy signals on NQ. Bitcoin seems like it wants to maybe possibly make a move up, catch a bid here on these lows, maybe try to reclaim. Can I break out the? Can I reclaim? Start making a move higher? Crude oil starting to make a move up. Get the heat map. Getting buy signals on NQ still. But doesn't look like the buy is going to work. ES is still pushing down. Yeah, still selling.
And this consolidation is just killer.
Getting that slow move. Slow drip. It's crazy. I'm hearing like how even with the rate cut, home prices have actually gone up. Looks like Pulte Homes got his wish. He got his rate cut, and he gets to raise prices on houses so he can make even more money. Crazy. So much for houses getting more inexpensive and affordable for Americans. All right, team. We're 5 minutes past the London close. Market just still not doing anything. Still within the range. Super choppy morning. Super choppy morning. I mean, ES is continuing to sell. I mean, it's going south. Thank you. I mean, take a look at the heat map. Let's take a look at NQ's heat map. AVGO. Looks like technology is really what's propping us up right now. I can see that in Soxel right now. Soxel is actually up 0.2% for the day. So, and that's an ETF that has all of your chips in it. So that is a 3x bullish semiconductor ETF. Gold just kind of simmering right now. Same for silver. It looks like these guys are just cooking for the move. Oh, sits on alerts. I expect I'd like to see a move, but there's no zero DTEs on these guys, so not a lot of reason for investors to participate in this. GLD calls were way more expensive. That's why I opted for silver. Okay. It's almost 3 times the amount of volume to the put side on the market right now. Options chain is tilted to the short side right now. Yeah, if you're looking at like the market right now, trying to figure it out, looks like NQ is going to start following ES here shortly. Like NQ is starting to move now. Goes NQ finally. Took forever and a day for this thing to finally give it up. Finally getting a break on NQ. Testing that orb low now. About 18 minutes till New York lunch team. I'm just trying to hold this, but NQ's kind of catching a bid here. Same goes for ES, kind of finding a base. Well, it's holding. I can't say it's finding a base. Maybe. Maybe we can get a rip over the EMA. It's about the right time for us to get kind of that pivot in the market to start moving to the upside if we're gonna do that. And look at NQ. NQ never broke that range. Huh. Market's struggling. Not a lot of volume though. Chains are pretty stacked right now. Looks like traders are just kind of waiting. Silver don't want to look like it wants to go. Same for gold. Well, they're about ready to kind of roll over. And that's not what a few of us want to see. Want this crazy train to rip. Oh, it is there. I fell asleep with my eyes open watching this chart. Bro, it has been it has been terrible today. Not much news. And, oh man, a terribly choppy market. Terribly choppy market. The Bears are here though. The Bears have not let go of this market. Like they are holding it. I mean the Bulls are trying, but they just don't have the edge right now. It seems like the Bears have it. Look at ES continuing. I mean, if you scalp the bottom and top, it's easy money right now with rather low risk. Yeah, and NQ you probably could, I know you could. I mean, if you were down on the 1 minute, yeah, you could use the orb low as a bounce spot. Right now, your high sided target would be 24,960. So you could probably take a long off of 24,935 and you could short 24,957. Yeah, put your stop at 24,975. Yeah, Lamone's, you couldn't be more right. As the day progresses, the risk of a breakout or breakdown increases if it hasn't happened yet. I kind of figure we should probably start seeing that here shortly, though. We're about the time that I would imagine. And also, we're 4 minutes away from lunch. We're 4 minutes away from New York lunch. So we're just at the cusp of when institutions will be taking their break, stepping out of the market and allowing the market, the retail traders to kind of have their own demise. So, we'll see some orders evaporate from the market and the market structure will change a little bit on us. I'm hoping that we continue to see downside. I think we got more downside though.
I'm gonna get stopped out on this AI call. Jeez. Cheese and rice.
Well, maybe it's just a repeat of yesterday with nothing much. I mean, but we had a good move yesterday. The morning session, we had a very good push to the upside. And then, yeah, coming out of New York lunch, we just lost steam. See, we haven't gotten the move today, so I anticipate we should have something, but which way and how big of a move? I know a few traders are looking at ES and they're looking for a bounce here right now, but I don't see it just yet in the cards. Almost gave up on life. Woo. Yes, sir. VIX is starting to rip. Pushing 1627 right now. Testing the morning highs right now. Okay, thank you. Catching a bid. Second Q wants to push into it. We're 3 minutes past New York lunch, team. 3 minutes. I'm gonna go grab myself another cup of rocket fuel. So I will be back in just a minute. All right, team, I am back. Nice ES short already hit target for 2x eval this time in a day. Congratulations, my friend. You got RQ. You got a loading screen stopped. Yeah, tell me about it. Getting kind of beat up here myself. I got some faith though. AI catching a bid and Q catching some bids too. Let's go. ES as well, starting to make that upside move. Let's go. You guys catching a bid here? Is that pivot we were looking for earlier? You know, I usually look for it. I want to buy here. Yeah, mix two of us. Mix two of us. You know, we're gonna get that pivot and we're gonna rip to the upside. All right, NQ has reclaimed the orb low here, which is 24,928. ES, not so much. Still kind of rejecting the 26 EMA. We'll see. Gold catching a bid definitely. About Bitcoin, I'm hearing some news that Bitcoin might be starting to make a move back to the upside. I stacked in with some Bitcoin BITO calls for Friday, one out the money. But I got 3 days on those. So I'm picking up some contracts that I have a few days to kind of let them cook. Except for silver. Silver, tomorrow's expiration. Oh, and my XPSS. So I am still short the overall market right now. Or the S&P. I'm still short S&P. Kind of want to short this right here. We got J Powell speaking in about 10 minutes. You guys want to hear J Powell speaking here shortly? I can throw him up on the screen that way if y'all want to hear what he's got to say. Y'all definitely can. All right, sounds good. As soon as I see it come up on the feed, I will hook you guys up. Oh, there it is. I might watch this on YouTube. Ah, there we go. Let's see. Let me get this up for you guys. Let's see.
Buy a winner today.
Yeah, well, welcome to my club, baby.
Yeah,
can't buy anything,
Nope.
winner or otherwise. Okay, well, finally, we're getting something over here on ATAI. Let's see if it can take out 64s. This is the one that we wanted to get more in, but it didn't dip down far enough. So I'm going to have to add a little bit more here on ATAI if it takes out this level. This has been quite strong,
J
quite
Powell
good, and
ready
hasn't
to go up
been
there in the
giving
little
up
tab.
the
So
ghost like many
soon
of
as
these
that
others.
starts, in about
Case
5
in
minutes,
point, NUVI,
I'll get that fired up
etc.
and
You
we
guys
can
know the
listen to
drill.
what J Powell's got
Two
to
New
say.
York cents in Manhattan. An apartment for 400 square feet was about $1,200 a month in the early 2000s. I can't imagine what it is now. 400 square feet in Toronto, if you want to live alone, is probably going to run you now 22 to 23.
In 5 minutes' time now, at 12:35 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Powell, who speaks on the economic outlook. A text and Q&A are both expected. We have the live video on the feed for those interested.
And that's probably without a parking spot too. So there's another
Exactly.
there's another 250, 300 just for the parking spot. So well, when we owned ours, we had one parking spot and then we had to rent another one out. But the girl gave me a good deal, $150. You honestly have to lock that in at that point.
And dude, a lot of people they're opting not to get a 400 square foot condo, but to get 1,000, but to share. That way you get a bigger room in general. You got to share the kitchen.
You know what's
Maybe
funny?
you don't even have to share the bathroom, Joey, if it's two bed.
So
two bath, I mean.
So my grandmother inquired when we bought ours. My friend and I. She was like, "Yeah, okay, well maybe we'll look into buying another parking spot." And she went to the building next door, and Buddy's like, "Yeah, haha, yeah, funny. Is that a joke or something?
Short
Try like
signals on
60
MQ
grand."
now.
Oh yeah,
for the
Can I
parking
say
spot
something to you?
across the street.
I see them listed.
Yeah,
on
they're listed all the
Realtor.
time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
you
listed,
get
and
them.
storage units are listed as well. They go for like 25, 30.
Bro, people are renting their storage units out for $200. That's so insane.
It's intense, bro. It's intense.
It's insane. It's a competitive market here in Toronto, man. Competitive.
Don't listen to these people about buying. They are in TO. Drive until you can buy. Drive until you can buy. What do you mean drive until you can buy?
Who said this?
Drive. Oh yeah, but we got to get to work, brother. I mean, we work downtown, right?
Yeah.
It's a B getting in every day if you're outside. Like Atina, man, you don't think I want to buy a house in Innisfil, brother? You know what I mean? Like for the kind of money that I'm looking at spending, I can get like a 3,000 square foot home up in that. You know what? Right? And like who exactly? Like.
Innisfil not bad though.
Huh?
Innisfil not bad.
Innisfil's far, bro. That's an hour and a half GO train. That's an hour and a half both ways. That's 3 hours in traffic.
No,
Are you willing to give up 3 hours of your day every day?
No,
you know what I mean? Like,
man.
it's crazy,
yeah,
bro.
that's what you gotta give up. I don't know.
All right, Joey, let's get back to trading.
Hey, hold on, I'm going to the washroom.
Yeah.
You good?
The AI just took out the high of the day again, 565. We got the big.
Bro.
What,
Kyle,
man?
Kyle.
Like, leave me alone, Big Spal. What the hell does a girlfriend have to do with the house, bro? I need somewhere to live, baby. Leave me alone, Big Spal. Bully Joey, all right? I liked it a lot better when you were bullying little Joey Smalls, okay? And then you left me alone for a little bit. Shout out to Big Spal. I love that guy, brother. Here's the deal, though. So we just took out a little bit there at ATAI on the day. REPL, we did add into this one at the volume weighted average price we added here. Let's see if it holds up at VWAP. Let's see if it can kind of curl back up into the mid 80s. Ideally, this one tries to work back into that $4 area. I won't hold my breath, though, given the way that these small caps have traded on the day. Let's keep an eye on Cassava Sciences as well, because Sava, SAVA, has been quite respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5. And here it is again, right at that 10 EMA, despite the fact, you know, that it's still below the or aftermarket highs yesterday. This $3 area could also be an area of support, which is kind of overlapping with the 10 EMA. So I could be interested in getting into Cassava Sciences at this level.
I had
see
Mexican
some green
sausage and
candles
egg
to kind of
tacos.
prove to me that we are working our way back up. But look at this, man. It is the RCAT show. It feels like RCAT is destined to take out that 1290 area. What a buy it was off the volume weighted average price. I just didn't have the compunction to get into that today because, well, we hadn't been doing that good. But there is RCAT right back into the $0.75 area. So how could I? Yeah, well, we're gonna try our hand here at RCAT. Let's see if it's putting in higher highs and higher lows. So here's my
1
deal.
minute
I'm gonna
now
put
until
my
we
out
expect
on
the
prior
text
bar
release
low.
from
So
Fed's
if it
Powell.
loses 1260, we're out of that. So we'll go ahead and throw that in right now, and we'll give this one the old college try on. Oh, we didn't even get the fill. There we go. Now we got the fill on RCAT. So let's go ahead and throw that stop in and see what we get there. We got 69s. Okay, so let's layer some orders into the low 70s, mid 70s, excuse me, and then see if we can get something in and around that level. Ideally, obviously, we trend into the 80s. So RCAT strong on the day, but by no means, you know, at the day's high quite yet. We're still about 20 pennies off said
We are
day's
waiting for
high.
J-Pow.
John Del Segno, RCAT destined for 14, 14 and a half. That's what I want to hear, John. Shout out to my man, Big Spile. Joseph
I get
Sharif.
lucky sometimes.
Just had to read
10
that.
seconds.
Yeah.
Just make sure.
10
Market
seconds.
feels so depressed, and the
I'll try
swag
not to.
is only down
You know?
0.2.
I try not
what
to. I
these
try to
folks gonna
skip
do
breakfast and
when the
fast.
selling starts again, panic. Big spot.
We're seeing the text release now from Fed Powell. Economic growth has moderated somewhat. Downside risks to employment have risen. Inflation has risen and remains somewhat elevated. Consumer spending has slowed, and businesses say their uncertainty weighs on the outlook. Labor market is less dynamic and somewhat softer. Unusual and challenging decline in both supply and demand for workers. Powell says 12-month PCE inflation was probably 2.7% in August, core PCE at 2.3%, both up from the prior year, driven by goods prices. Says good price increases are largely reflecting tariffs, not broader price pressures. Says the reasonable base case is that tariff-driven inflation effects will be relatively short-lived. This inflation for services continues. Most long-term inflation expectations are consistent with the 2% goal. Tariff increases will likely show up as somewhat higher inflation over several quarters, and says it will make sure that one-time increases in prices do not become ongoing inflation problems. And says public trust in economic and political institutions has been challenged. Those in public services must focus tightly on the critical missions.
Back into the volume-weighted average price.
So in this again, Powell reiterated that there is no risk-free policy path ahead.
We're holding key support levels right here on NVDA. Hopefully that doesn't snap. If it snaps, then we got to get out of Dodge, find something else to trade. Now, move back to view up is the game plan. Add in the middle of this range if the momentum starts to pick up. I can't wait to hear from Adhere. She's not here. Okay, so we got to figure out what JP's up to.
If you're a real day trader, go real-time at financialjuice.com/purchase.
Okay, Joey, we're still
save
watching
67% on a subscription. Let's make a big, beautiful deal, people. Come on.
On the cat, but it does look like we put in a candle of indecision and just like, I can't believe it. It's been that kind of day. Stopped out of this one. So we get into RCAT too late, and there's a stop out there. So we'll let that one go. Let's continue to watch. That's RCAT again. Let's continue to watch over here. REPL still waiting for this one to bounce off the volume-weighted average price. Nothing doing with that, but we are still in ATAI as well. So we'll continue to watch that one as well. Chicago, the show used to have a line where viewers could call in. Is that accurate? No. I've been watching since 2020.
Treasuries are steady, holding gains after Powell's text release.
You should set that up, man. That would be sick.
I know, right? I've been watching since 2020, so it would have been hard to fool me.
We should set that line up. We should say, actually, you guys can call me personally, and I'll have comments. Actually, no, that's not a good idea.
That'd be crazy. That'd be
but that would be, I think that's a good idea because
big spile calling in and saying all sorts of words.
But then we could do like a lightning round, Katina, man. You know, we could.
Really?
The lightning round? That'd be sick. Do you hit? Oh, the stock blitz. All right. I see what you got going on. Bang! There goes NVDL to the top side. We'll hit the sirens there. INTC, bull flag breaking out there. Not a horrible look there. City Boy 305. This is what we wanted. We want to see this volume step into this market. Give us some indecision prints around the lows. Look what's going on with the SPY. Look what's going on with the Qs. Big time volume, and you're starting to form some indecision prints. Let's look for a bounce to continue to hold. There goes
I don't know, Tiffany. It looks pretty tasty to me.
All right, good
looks
luck,
like
brother. Good luck.
Big flush.
You got the chef's talent there.
Okay, so we'll start the news in about like maybe 10 or 15 minutes
so
or so. It's
Fed
been
Powell.
an interesting
We have
day
President
in the
Fed Powell's full
news.
speech on
We'll
the
get to
feed
that
for those
same
interested.
story
in line
as
with
well.
the
It's been-
2% target. Why is this not started?
I feel like you right now, man.
Yes,
What's wrong,
Yeah, I'm
brother?
still waiting for
Oh my God, I got
Bloomberg
this
to start
sharp
this
pain in my
stream
lower
any
rib
minute
right
now.
You want to take a
So,
minute?
not really sure why this is not
I
started.
thought you were up there anyways, man. I didn't pull any. Dude, I woke up, my elbow was hurting. I'm like, what did I do? And now I got.
What do you mean?
Weird. Yeah, I don't know, man.
It's not only you, Riz.
All right,
Mine
brother,
isn't
take a
starting
second.
Take a
either.
second.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Who knows? We do
What's
have
it
the
called?
news
It's making
report.
another new
So
high. There is
economic growth
ATAI, and another
has
day's high,
moderated.
5.66.
Downside
Let's keep
risk
an eye
to
on that one.
employment has
Good
risen.
trend and good strength.
Inflation
on
has
ATAI.
risen and
No
remains
pre-quitters
somewhat
for
elevated.
me on this one though until
Labor markets,
75. So let's put that profit.
labor
taker
markets
there.
less dynamic and somewhat softer. Unusual,
Been that kind of day,
challenging
brother.
decline
All right,
in both
continue to
supply and
watch
demand
over here
for
as
workers.
RCAT continues to dilly-dally at
Consumer
these levels.
spending has slowed,
Let's see what you
and
guys
businesses
are
say
saying
that
there in the chat. Any
uncertainty
new
weighs
small cap
on
gappers? I
outlook.
think above an ZSPC
12-month
curled up.
PC
Gold
Let's look at
slightly
ZSPC.
pairs gains as
Inflation
Powell speaks,
was
lost up spot
probably
5%.
You know, sorry if sometimes we
2.7
call
in
these out and we
August.
don't look at them
Core
again, guys, because
PCE,
sometimes what happens is they
2.3,
just give up the
both
ghost really
up from
quick, and that's the
prior
nature
year and
of these small
driving
cap gappers. That's
and
kind
driven
of what
by
they
good
do.
prices.
Yeah, Yeah, so it's below
Good prices,
VWAP
increases
trading at
largely
202, VWAP's
reflect
212 on
tariffs,
ZSPC.
but
So
not
I'll have to wait
broader
until it clears that
price
level. Otherwise,
pressure.
no go
Voice
for
news
me.
So
I'm just
the,
continuing to
the
watch
pricing that
RCAT
we're
here, 'cause I've
seeing on
got,
goods right now
a nice
is a
position in
direct
RCAT, and I'm
correlation
looking
to
for it to
tariffs,
clear 69. We got
not
63s. Seller at 69.
broader
There we go.
price
We take out that
increases.
level. Now we're showing 70s.
So-
There's the print. Can we continue on a little bit higher?
Disinflation for
on
services
RCAT, showing me
continuing, long-term
72s now
inflation
on, or 73s,
expectations
excuse me,
consistent with 2%
on
growth.
the level 2. We'll
Here's
let the beak
J-Pow.
over
Let's bring
here
him on.
on that one. Let's let this one run though, because if RCAT can take out that level, and I got decent share size on this one, so maybe we can make some money back. Let's throw an order at 82. Candle that ended up closing green, and the subsequent candle is actually making a new high. So let's see if we can continue.
Materially, policy will change as well. Well, little did any of us know, just a couple of months later, the COVID-19 pandemic arrived. Both the economy and our policy evolved dramatically in ways that no one could have predicted. Along with actions by Congress, the administration, and the private sector, the Fed's aggressive response helped stave off historically severe downside risks to the economy. The COVID pandemic came on the heels of the painfully slow, decade-long recovery from the global financial crisis. And these two back-to-back world historical crises have left behind scars that will be with us for a long time. In democracies around the world, public trust in economic and political institutions has been challenged. Those of us who are in public service at this time need to focus tightly on carrying out our critical missions to the best of our ability in the midst of stormy seas and powerful crosswinds. Throughout this turbulent period, central banks like the Fed have had to develop innovative new policies that were designed to deliver on our statutory goals during times of crisis rather than for everyday use. Despite these two unique, extremely large shocks, the U.S. economy has performed as well or better than other large advanced economies around the world. And as always, it's essential that we continue to look back and learn the right lessons from these difficult years, and that process has been ongoing now for more than a decade. So, turning to the present day, the U.S. economy is showing resilience in the midst of substantial changes in trade and immigration policies, as well as in fiscal, regulatory, and geopolitical arenas. These policies are still emerging, and their longer-term implications will take some time to be seen. Recent data show that the pace of economic growth has moderated. The unemployment rate is low but has edged up. Job gains have slowed, and the downside risks to employment have risen. At the same time, inflation has risen recently and remains somewhat elevated. In recent months, it has become clear that the balance of risks has shifted, prompting us to move our policy stance closer to neutral at our FOMC meeting last week. GDP rose at a pace of about 1.5% in the first half of this year, down from 2.5% last year. The moderation in growth largely reflects a slowdown in consumer spending. Activity in the housing sector remains weak, but business investment in equipment and intangibles has picked up from last year's pace, largely reflecting the AI build-out. As noted in the September Beige Book, which I bet you wonder what it is, the September Beige Book, that's a report that gathers qualitative information from across the Federal Reserve System. We'll talk about later. Businesses continue to say that uncertainty is weighing on their outlook. Measures of consumer and business sentiment declined sharply in the spring. They have since moved up, but remain low relative to the start of the year. In the labor market, there has been a marked slowdown in both the supply of and the demand for workers, an unusual and challenging development. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment have risen. The unemployment rate edged up to 4.3% in August, but has remained relatively stable at a low level over the past year. Payroll job gains slowed sharply over summer months as employers added an average of just 29,000 per month over the past 3 months. The recent pace of job creation appears to be running below what we call the break-even rate, that is the rate needed to hold the unemployment rate constant. But a number of other labor market indicators remain broadly stable. For example, the ratio of job openings to unemployment remains near 1, and multiple measures of job openings have been moving roughly sideways, not down, as have initial claims for unemployment insurance. Inflation, meanwhile, has eased significantly from its highs of 2022, but remains somewhat elevated.
Fed bids for two-year notes total $3.8 billion.
The latest available data indicate that total PCE prices rose, that's personal consumption expenditure prices, that's the inflation measure that we follow most closely, rose 2.7% over the 12 months ending in August, up from 2.3% in August 2024. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.9% last month.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is
driving the pickup inflation. Incoming data and surveys suggest that those price increases largely reflect higher tariffs rather than broader price pressures. Disinflation for services continues, including for housing services. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term inflation expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The overall economic effects of the significant changes in trade, immigration, fiscal, and regulatory policy remain to be seen. A reasonable base case is that the tariff-related effects on inflation will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. Now, a one-time increase does not mean all at once. Tariff increases will likely take some time to work their way through supply chains. As a result, this one-time increase in the price level will likely be spread over several quarters and show up as somewhat higher inflation during that period. But uncertainty around the path of inflation remains high. We will carefully assess and manage the risk of higher and more persistent inflation. We'll make sure that this one-time increase in prices does not become an ongoing inflation problem. Turning to monetary policy, near-term risks to inflation are tilted to the upside, and risks to employment are tilted to the downside, a challenging situation. Two-sided risks mean that there is no risk-free path. If we ease too aggressively, we could leave the inflation job unfinished and need to reverse course later to fully restore 2% inflation. If we maintain restrictive policy too long, the labor market could soften unnecessarily. When our goals are in tension like this, our framework has long called for us to balance both sides of our dual mandate. The increased downside risks to employment have shifted the balance of risks to achieving our goals. We therefore judged it appropriate at our last meeting to take another step toward a more neutral policy stance, lowering the target range for the federal funds rate by 25 basis points to 4 to 4.25%. This policy stance, which I personally see as still modestly restrictive, leaves us well positioned to respond to potential economic developments. Our policy is not on a preset course. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment and bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans, and we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. So thank you again for having me here, and I very much look forward to our discussion. Thanks.
Get more of the same from J-Pan.
Powell is now answering questions at this event. Again, the live video is on the feed.
I'm going to go ahead and switch so you guys can see that.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon once again, Mr. Chair. Thank you for those opening remarks and reminding us just how tremendously the world has changed and evolved since you were last here in 2019. President of the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston, Susan Collins, is also here with us today. And President Collins, we have had the opportunity many times to discuss with you the conditions in this Fed region, of which Rhode Island is part of the Boston region. So, Mr. Chairman, I would ask you to think about your comments reflecting on the importance, what you have said, the importance of deeply understanding local labor markets. And I'm wondering if in your deliberations leading up to the most recent FOMC meeting, whether there
In
was
10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $69 billion in 2-year notes. The prior high yield was 3.641%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.69. So this week's Treasury auction kicks off with the $69 billion 2-year sale today. It also includes a $70 billion 5-year and a $44 billion 7-year sales over the next couple of days. The setup for today's auction could face some complications, with Powell speaking on the economic outlook. Iran Supreme Leader Khamenei on the wires says we do not need nuclear weapons and we do not intend to produce them. So again, the setup for today's auction could face some complications, with Powell speaking at the moment on the economic outlook.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Says early action in Treasury.
Voice news disconnected.
Sort of qualitative information about the economy.
Thank you for that, Steve.
It's just a lot of conversations with a lot of people, and I personally find it very useful. Sometimes you look at that book and you see significant regional differences, and this is not one of those times. So, for example, the Boston Fed piece in the last Beige Book talked about lots of spending on AI. Well, guess what? That was pretty common across 8 or 9 of the districts. So I would say nothing really jumped out from the Boston piece. What you saw was all around the country, you saw pretty modest growth, wage and price inflation at modest to moderate levels, the economy growing but not fast, and uncertainty, significant uncertainty about federal public policy is kind of weighing on.
It's like one of my favorite gifts, Steve. I used to always post it.
Except in the area of the AI build-out, which is just going really strong pretty much many parts of the country.
So nothing distinctive from the Boston region that would inform your future decision-making, looking at the setting of monetary policy?
What I saw from Boston was quite similar and overlapping with a number of other districts. Again, sometimes that's the case where things are pretty much of a piece. Sometimes different regions, particularly if there's a commodity price thing, you would see maybe things in the commodity-oriented regions doing differently from other regions of the country. Right now, it's it's much more the same around the country, I would say.
So let's talk about and build on what you described a few moments ago about the dual mandate of the Fed. And if you could talk about these conditions that wax and wane over time, what signals will you be looking for in the run-up to the next FOMC meeting, which is in roughly 30 days?
We have 2 goals, as you mentioned, maximum employment and price stability, and they're equal goals under the law. So almost all the time, they work together. They complement one another. So, for example, when the economy is weak, the unemployment rate might be high and the inflation rate would be low, and that it calls for stimulus from us. And when the economy is really strong and the labor market is tight, that's when inflation will be moving up, and so policy might be a little bit tighter. That's almost always the case. Right now is the quite unusual case where risks to, as I mentioned in my remarks, risks to employment are to the downside and to inflation to the upside. Now, we only have one tool, which is monetary policy, really interest rates, and really it's calling for different answers. So for a long time, we have a document called the Statement on Longer Run Goals and Monetary Policy Strategy. We call it the consensus statement to save time. That says, for a long time, it's said that when the 2 goals are in tension, we'll look at how far each one is from its goal and the time that it's expected to take to get back to that goal. And so we balance the 2 goals. So what we've done all year, this year, is we've had our policy rate has been tight because inflation has been above our target, but the labor market was very solid. Now, over the last really 4 months, really over the summer, the labor market has softened. Payroll jobs have dropped a lot, so we can't really say that anymore. And I think what that told us is that stance of really having a tight focus on inflation really needs to moderate toward a more balanced approach. And so that's why we took the action we took at our last meeting. And as we go to our next meeting, to your question, we'll be asking ourselves, we'll be looking at the data very carefully, labor market data, growth data, inflation data, all of the vast quantities of data that we get, and asking ourselves, is our policy in the right place? And if not, we move it there.
Some may wonder about the frothiness of the markets reaching record heights and also record valuations. How does the Fed think about that in the equation?
Financial markets? So we monitor financial markets very carefully. Our policy works through financial conditions, so that's credit spreads and interest rate levels and equity prices in the aggregate that can affect spending, for example. We look at all of that, but really our focus is on our two goals, and that is maximum employment and price stability. And when we see one of them weakening, we're going to respond appropriately with our tools. And in this case, that meant reducing the federal funds rate by 25 basis points. And we'll see what the future brings, but that's what we do. We look carefully at financial conditions, more from a perspective, though, of financial stability. So we see that the banks are well capitalized. Actually, in the aggregate, households are in good shape financially. I know people at the bottom end of the income spectrum are under pressure. No question about that, but it's not a time of elevated financial stability risks.
So the federal funds rate really governs consumer credit, but not so as it pertains to mortgage rates, correct?
That's right.
And let's talk about how the average consumer is going to see any difference in the intervening months relative to an easing of interest rates and the ability and maybe even more confidence to spend.
So we don't set mortgage rates, but when we change the federal funds rate, it will affect the mortgage rates and also all other consumer borrowing rates. Really, all interest rates that are on a floating basis will move a little bit or even a lot if they're short term based on our moves. So the people will feel that over time. Also, it's not just these days, the market is pricing in the next 6 months what's going to happen to rates. So this is something that wasn't really the case, 50 years ago. Now markets listen to us and follow, and they make an estimation of where they think rates are going. And so they'll price things in. And so, longer term rates will move because of what the market participants expect us to do. So you'll begin to see, and you're already seeing, changes in rates. Long before we make the decision, it can often be already, priced in.
Is it fair to say that the Fed and the markets really have a higher tolerance for risk today, more so than perhaps before the pandemic?
I think if you look at some prices, then they're elevated relative to historical levels. There were times before the pandemic when it happens periodically. Equity prices will move up and down, and we do monitor that. But we're not targeting any level of prices for particular financial assets. We don't have a view that we know what the right price of any particular financial asset is. We do look at overall financial conditions, and we ask ourselves whether our policies are affecting financial conditions in a way that is what we're trying to achieve. But you're right. It by many measures, for example, equity prices are fairly highly valued.
Let's segue to the topic of AI, and largely AI stocks and periphery stocks really driving the markets in many ways. Let's talk a little bit about the great unknown of AI, and if we think about various ages, our industrial ages, whether it be steam to electricity to the information age and now to the age of AI, would you consider this to be the most disruptive force ever in modern American history?
I think it's way too early to say that. I wouldn't go that far. I would say clearly generative AI has all the earmarks of an emerging technology that could be very important in our economy and in our society. But it's very early to be making that kind of bold statement. So, what we're seeing is companies and institutions like the Fed for that matter, are starting to experiment with how this new set of tools can be used in our operations. And it's very early days on that. And I think we have to wait and see That's a good thing. I know many of the large financial institutions and other central banks, and we are asking ourselves, how can this help us do our jobs better? And I think it's going to be a period of experimentation over a period of years. And the history is always that there's a lot of fear that technological innovation will eliminate jobs. What has tended to happen in history over time is that it just raises productivity and creates new jobs to replace the old jobs. And that happens. And sometimes it can take a long time, but ultimately that has been the pattern for the last couple of 100 years. Is this time going to be different? I just don't think we know yet. I don't think anybody knows.
Mm-hmm. You are a labor market futurist, also a historian, and the concept of AI and humans in the loop, very profound impact on the labor force. What are your thoughts about specifically agentic AI as a differentiator from generative AI, and how will the Fed be looking at the impacts of the workforce, the labor participation rate, given the unknown of what could happen with displacement around AI tools at all ends of the spectrum?
Our tools work on demand, basically. Lower interest rates, higher interest rates, they work on demand. When there are structural changes in the economy, there's not a lot that an interest rate change can do for that. And so if you're talking about distributional issues or labor force participation or retraining or any of the things that come to mind in connection with those questions, that's really going to be something for legislators and the private sector. We of course, we have many labor economists, and a good portion of them are studying what the potential effects of AI on the labor force, and many great economists around the country and around the world are publishing on that now. And it really is too early to say. I think you can say that some jobs are going to be phased out, some jobs are going to evolve, and people are going to be further trained and that sort of thing, and be able to keep a job like that. And there'll be new jobs that come. And how will that balance work out, and what will be the timing of it? I think it's just quite hard to say.
But how does that factor into the deliberations on a near-term basis? Things are moving so quickly, and the observation and the argument that artificial intelligence isn't just impacting those entry-level jobs and those, quasi-unskilled jobs, but really tentacles reaching into highly skilled professions, whether it be finance, whether it be communications and media, whether it be healthcare, whether it be law, finance. So all ends of the spectrum, highly educated individuals down to more easily automated tasks. Sort of a really interesting problem for those of you that are studying labor market economics. How do you approach that?
Well, a lot of what we're doing with our time is trying to understand the current position of the economy, what's actually going on in the economy today. Pardon me. So part of that is hiring rate has really dropped. Job creation has dropped very sharply. So what are the factors there? So I mentioned earlier, I think, part of it just is there's a lot of uncertainty about the direction.
Embrace the journey, where each moment turns into a chair.
And when you don't hire through attrition, your labor force shrinks.
Sorry about that, team.
And you save money that way. That may be a way of passing on tariff costs. It may be something like that. So that's happening. Lots of questions around whether AI is a major factor associated with the relatively low hiring rate for people just graduating from school and just entering the labor market. And people are doing studies on that, and I looked at one from Stanford, another from the New York Fed in the last week, and the sense of it was, we think we can find some evidence that generative AI is having some, it's one of the reasons here, but we can't really say it's the main reason. And we have our Jackson Hole conference every year in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and we had some great labor economists and one of the big debates was what's going on with AI, and there was a professor from, I want to say, Columbia, who just basically said, there's no evidence that this is acting any differently than other. Her view was not acting any differently from other technological, movements, waves, and so I think she would be more at the end of an optimist, a techno-optimist. We've all, there are books out there that will tell you the world is ending, and but I don't think we know. Again, I think we're going to see how this evolves, and again, if it does turn out to be something where labor force participation really declines in a way that creates, social difficulties, that's going to be something that legislators and the private sector will have to address. We just don't know that yet, though.
Over the weekend, I read where you had been discussing, just picking up on what you said about Gen Z and college graduates and any possible disruptions in trying to find jobs. So Gen Z would be those born between 1997 and 2012, roughly ages 13 to 28. What are your thoughts on college enrollment? We'll talk a little bit about labor disruption in just a minute, and Jackson Hole, because I know that's a favorite of yours, but a lot of the individuals in this room today may have family members that fall squarely in that 13 to 28 category. What would you say about that?
I mean, again, we all see the data that it's just gotten tough for people just entering the labor force to be hired. But remember, the overall national aggregate hiring rate is at very, very low level. The layoff rate is also at a very, very low. You're in a low fire, low hire economy, and it feels like companies are they've kind of stopped hiring or slowed down their hiring because they want to see how this all shakes out. We're having very important changes to economic policy in the United States, and companies and people are wondering, how's that going to work out? So I think that's part of it. The other thing I would add, though, is, there's a lot of good scholarship around technological innovation and inequality, if you will. And the sense of it is really that if schools and society give students graduating the skills and aptitudes they need to benefit from evolving technology, you can have declining inequality over time. And that's what the United States had for many, many years, up until about 1970, when U.S. educational attainment kind of plateaued and inequality takes off. So it's really down to having the skills. So kids who come out of school today with technological skills and can work with this new technology, they're probably going to be fine. They're going to be great. If you don't have those skills, though, you're increasingly left with less attractive employment options. So in a way, it's an educational issue.
Our society is our education system, and you spoke about inequality, particularly the digital divide, and thinking about where the United States really has paced among countries throughout the world. Particularly, that was a subject that you initiated at Jackson Hole back in August. What are your thoughts on how that is likely to really change the way we look at technology as a force for productivity and advancement?
I mean, technology has been raising incomes and productivity for really a couple hundred years since the Industrial Revolution. It's been an amazing thing for the quality of human life, and there's no reason why that has to change. In the United States was the first country to have gender-blind secondary education, and if you go back, you'll see that there's a great book on this, but it just basically the U.S. had fast technological innovation for a century, and also declining inequality because people were coming out and their educational the capabilities they took out of the educational system gave them the ability to benefit from evolving technology. So, and that's really the key, because technology, what it does is it makes us more productive. One summer I worked on a project that was building houses, and I basically had a shovel and I just dug most of the summer. And now that would be a Bobcat, which can do 100 times the work, no blisters, no water breaks. It's just much more productive. And you see housing production's gotten, at least it did get for a while, much more productive, not so much lately. But that I think is the story. And while U.S. educational attainment, college graduation rates and things like that, leveled out. They're still going up. The rest of the world caught on and has really caught up in terms of educational attainment. And that really is the key. To your point, your
wants to break up upwards here. Sorry guys, I hadn't noticed y'all's chat. Hey all, we'll be raffling off a launch plan in about an hour. Tell your friends to join the live room. We will have instructions on how to enter when we have enough people in the room. Okay, YouTube folks, if you guys are viewing and looking for an opportunity to grab yourself a free eval courtesy of Blue Sky.
Homework assignment the other day, so I did
I'm going to go ahead
download
and
it,
drop
but
in a
I think
link in
everyone
chat
should
for you guys
follow
as
that lead.
well.
All right.
So if you all want to jump in, so looks like our marketing team is working on that. So about an hour, we should have some news drop.
Harvard economists, and it basically talks about the
Aren't
race
you
between education and technology. So I
watching
recommend
it
that
all burn
It was
to the
written in, I want
ground?
to say, 2005.
Year zero.
And they basically presented at Jackson Hole, they presented an update to the current day.
How's it going, everybody?
The findings basically hold. It's very, I mean, I'm not a PhD economist. I read it 20 years ago.
But you said it still holds very much true today.
It does. And I think it's a good explanation for why the U.S. has had, rising inequality. This is their thesis, and I think it's they call it also skill bias technical change. So you need skills to
Well,
benefit,
RQ,
you have those skills,
I'm trying to become an advocate for the bots and AI, so hopefully I'll be spared by them.
We're sort of working as many hours as we can work now. So
I think that some of us old guys will make it out all right. I think the young folks are going to be the ones that are going to struggle with the AI.
I'm not getting any royalties for that, but by the way, Claudia Goldman won the
I'm out
Nobel
here
Prize
trying to make a living out of
her
this.
work about
Let
2
me
years
bank
ago.
in 6 figures before getting
not the only
phased
one that
out.
thinks this is good
No
work.
kidding. Last week's highs
Chair
just
Powell,
breached.
let's
Yes,
move on to tariffs. This is an issue that confronts the business people here with us today.
Out. I mean,
You
although
addressed
I
it
do
very
feel that
briefly in your opening remarks. You indicated that you believe that the costs of the tariff movement is in fact more transitory than
I see the
embedded
giveaway
in
is
supply chains.
27.
So I think
no, I don't know about 27.
we'd appreciate hearing more about how the Fed thinks about
Is it a job?
evolving tariff
You know
policy.
what?
So we're now
No, it's
collecting
not a job
a
if
good bit
you
of
love
revenue.
it.
The government is federal
You don't
government
want to come
collecting
back for
a
more and
good
more
chunk
every
of
single
revenue,
day
$300 or
because
$400
you can't wait to see what
$400 billion a year
you'll get.
pace. And the question is, who's paying that?
I
And
hate
the
doing the
candidates for
dishes.
paying that,
Is it a
those
job?
tariffs would
Yes.
be
The
the
wife will
exporter,
kill
the
me.
foreign
Do I
exporter.
love it? Yes.
Or
The wife will kill
someone
me.
on our shores. It could be a company or a retailer, or someone who's using the imported product to
traders will be
manufacture
fine.
something, or the end consumer. And so so far, in its incredibly early days, it doesn't look like the overseas exporters are carrying the bulk of it. It looks like it's that middle group. It's retailers and it's importers, and they're not passing along to consumers that much of the cost. So the actual effects on inflation have been quite modest so far. It's really not. It's a small amount, but I mean, for example, I mentioned that core PCE inflation is 2.9%. Maybe 0.3 or 0.4 of that is tariffs. So it's not the big factor. It's not a big inflationary thing, but it is something that is driving up inflation a bit. And the question is, are companies then, are they going to eventually be able to pass that stuff through? And then that might drive inflation up a little higher. So we've been watching this since the beginning. Half our mandate is inflation, and I would say that the pass through to consumers has been later and less than we expected. How much of that will continue, I don't know. But the responsible thing from our standpoint was to watch and wait, because it's our job to make sure we don't make a mistake on inflation.
Well, that was my question. Do you imagine that is going to change, where the cost of tariffs will be more deeply embedded and passed on to the consumer? What do you foresee as?
So our forecast, and I think almost all the forecasts are for there to be a one-time pass-through, which will go through the end of this year, well into next year, and that by the end of next year, the one-time increase from the tariffs will be done, and you'll be back to the non-tariff related inflation, which should be much closer to our 2% goal. That's almost everyone's base case. It's actually our job to make sure that that's the outcome, though. So we can't be in a situation where we're just going to assume that. We can't leave that that part of the goal unguarded. And so that's why we've been careful about cutting. We didn't want to cut too early. I mentioned in my remarks, if we cut too early, we may find out in a year that inflation actually wasn't under control and it's back up to 3.5% or 4%. No one thinks this is the base case, but that's the risk of cutting too early or too much. Of course, the risk of cutting too late, as I mentioned, is that we unnecessarily, the labor market weakens unnecessarily. There's no risk-free path. And, it's a very difficult policy environment when your two goals are telling you two different things. You've got to make a compromise. And we really, again, haven't been in that situation for many, many years. It does happen, but it's happened now. And we'll manage our way to look at both of them as equal. We can't just say we're going to do this one and not that one, unless this one is clearly a greater risk. And now they're coming into closer balance, I would say. We do see meaningful weakness in the labor market now, very low job creation. The unemployment rate's still low, though, and the quits rate is low, and a lot of things suggest that the labor market has reached a kind of stability of much lower demand and much lower supply for workers, kind of a balance, if you want to call it that. But nonetheless, we think it's downside risk.
Well, if you could elaborate, what are some of the factors that are leading to depressed demand for labor?
So depressed demand for labor, based on surveys and talking to people who are doing hiring, a big chunk of it is that they're just unsure about what to do. Businesses, and I'd love to talk to people after this. Businesses don't want to do a lot of hiring. They may be postponing major capex, major initiatives, major acquisitions, and maybe they'll replace workers who retire, but they're not looking to grow. This isn't every company and every part of every company in the world. It's just an effect kind of at the margin. That's got to be part of it. I think that's the demand side. The supply side, of course, has a lot to do with immigration policy. So immigration was at a very high level for 2 or 3 years before this year, and now immigration has really gone close to zero, and immigration is not really contributing to the labor force growth now, whereas it's been most of what the labor force growth was, and now so at the same time you've got declining demand and also declining supply of workers, of new workers.
One of your passions is demystifying the Fed. You enjoy speaking about it, and those that are Fed watchers are wondering, will there in fact be 2 additional rate cuts before the end of the year? Of course, we're uncertain about that, if I understood your comments correctly. What does it mean to demystify the Fed, and what can each of us in this room do to be better Fed watchers for the benefit of our own businesses, if you will?
So not so many years ago, maybe 40 years ago, and for a long time before that, the main theory of central banking was to be mysterious and obscure. In fact, Montague Norman, who's a very famous former head of the Bank of England, but ending in the middle of World War II, famously said, never apologize, never explain. And he thought that monetary policy worked back, and everyone thought, it works best when no one understands. It's kind of mysterious. So starting maybe 40 years ago, a bunch of economists, including Alan Blinder and a number of others, said, you know what, that's wrong, because market committee announcement, experiment, just to see what would happen. Now, so if you fast forward through, the 30 years since then, now we have a post-meeting statement, we have minutes, we have press conferences, every FOMC participant is on Squawk Box, we have a press release. So, and maybe some people say it's too much, it's excessive, but so that's the way it's evolved. So we try really hard to communicate with the interested public in a way that is useful and comprehensible and jargon-free. That's what we focus on. And that's all we're trying to do. So we don't use their, every profession has their jargon, and you kind of need it for internal conversations, but we try not to do that. So that's all we're trying to do. A couple of thoughts about what, I wouldn't say, I can't make anyone a better Fed watcher, I don't think, but things I would want to tell people about the Fed. One is just this, that we're making decisions, our decisions are made under elevated levels of uncertainty, even in normal times. The economy is fundamentally, no one has been able to predict the economy more than for the next few months. It's an unpredictable, it's this enormous entity, and it's just not that predictable. So we have to we take very much a risk management approach, and one of the risks we're managing is that we don't exactly understand what the current state of the economy is and where it's going to go. So we try to have policy that can cover the range of plausible outcomes, not just one outcome. So that's one thing. So we're never saying that we know the economy is going to do this or we know it's going to do that, because honestly, famous statement is financial forecasters are a humble lot with much to be humble about. So that's one thing I would say. Another is that you should, I just have to say this, whenever we make decisions, we're never ever thinking about political things. And so we're based in Washington, D.C., and many of people, in Congress, and they're often things are seen through a lens of, is it good for this party or bad for this party or this politician? We're just not looking at things that way. We're looking at what's the best thing for the people that we serve in the medium term. What's the best policy? And many people don't believe us because they think, come on, you're really political. But the truth is, mostly people who are calling us political, it's just a cheap shot. And also, we don't engage. We don't, our argument is...
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours. Bring out what's hot. Remove what's not. Crystallize it. Instantly set a tone that speaks in your voice to your audience.
Yes, sir. I have to wait for the button because I don't pay for the subscription. Sorry about
plans
that.
for business and things on the
I got it,
horizon
though. Got it.
that would help to, of course, create more jobs and more prosperity.
So I'll say one more thing that struck me just now about the Fed, and that is, remember, we have a really important job: maximum employment, price stability. We regulate and supervise the banks. We operate parts of the payment system, but those things are really about cyclical demand management and financial stability. The policies that really matter for the U.S. economy in the long run, things like investment, particularly investment in people, that's not something we can do. I think we get a disproportionate amount of attention compared to the things that really matter for the country, which are the things that Congress can do and the private sector can do, which are the
Silver
things
and
that
gold
really
starting
matter
to
for
make a
future
move to the
generations,
upside.
not interest rate
Starting to
policy,
break
the things
the
that we do
upside
as
move.
important as we are. And beyond that, I'll just say this has been great as always. I've enjoyed talking to so many people here today, and I love to get out and talk to people who are working in the real world and the economy.
Bitcoin
There's
barely
nothing
holding
better than
on.
that. Most of my career was in the financial sector, and I constantly was out talking to people rather than sitting in my office looking at aggregate data on the economy. So this is a much more comfortable place to be. So,
You're headed back to D.C. later this afternoon.
Yes.
What does the rest of your day look like?
get home. I won't get home until after dinner, so it looks like me working on the plane on the way back. So anyway, thank you so much.
Right.
It's been great.
You.
Thank you.
Chair Jerome Powell, Chair of the Federal Reserve.
Thank you.
Getting a standing ovation.
Thanks. Thanks, everybody. All right, I'm going to go. Thanks, Jack. Pleasure. Thanks. Are we done? I guess we are.
Yeah, we are.
Put this off.
All right, there you go, and there you have it. There is our news feed on JPOW. That concludes his Fed Talk. Get this out of here, and back to our normally scheduled program. Market just kind of just not doing well. We're getting some sell here into the end of, or we're about 24 minutes past New York lunch now. So continuing to sell. Those NQ breaking. Woo-wee. I'm going now. It's going for it now. Sells are really kicking in across the board here. Take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin also starting to sell. Gold, what's gold doing? Gold and silver starting to make a move to the upside. NQ continuing that sell down. Broke the orb. Broke a weak support at 24,889 now. Market's still selling. Amazon selling pretty nasty. I didn't realize how much it's been selling since Friday of last week. Let's get back over to NASDAQ, see this sell. See if we're going to hold this or we're going to continue to sell. My next support on NQ would be 24,819. That'd be your next support level. What was it you said? We going down to 2487? Yeah, we're still selling. NQ's still selling. I was saying that the next week support is at 24,819. My stream is off again. Oh, sorry, I forgot to turn it on in the chat. Sorry. There you go. YouTube or me see on YouTube. Let me just double check on YouTube. Make sure we're still up and running. Yes, YouTube stream is still up and solid. But just check that out. Thank you for the reminder on that, though. Just turn my camera on since I was sharing the stream of. Selling the dollar, selling stocks, selling bonds. Yup. Yup, that's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is. Just a bunch of selling. No bueno. The overall market is weak. If you look at the heat map, I mean, I think Anon, the better question would be is what is not selling, my friend? What is not selling? And I just got stopped out on AI. My AI play just got stopped out. Still holding on to my silver trade that's down. Tilray's down. Dang, all my trades are dead right now. Ooh, look at that. That looks like... I was looking for some strength elsewhere, you know, but doesn't look like it's going to be the case. There's nothing strong in the market right now. Oof. Ooh-wee. Look at that. My SPXS calls are still just flat. They have not moved one bit. But we need some more selling for us to get there, where I need them to be. We'll see though. VIX is flying. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. I was looking at the $16 calls. They're in the money now. They were about 53 cents when I was talking about them. They're sitting at 90 cents right now. Feel so dumb, no reason for bull. It was an easy short, and since I made some money today, I decided not to trade. What an easy trade this would have been. Yeah, if you were short at the open, definitely. Premiums were kind of juiced and messed up this morning, so yeah, no. I took some longer dated trades just to buy myself some time. I wasn't sure if we would sell off like this or not. Market continuing to dump. Whoosh. Oh, I just got stopped out on my Tilray calls. Dang. Man, I'm losing money all across the board right now. Dang. Now my SPXS calls are now down 25%, even with the selling. Hilarious. Mm. Mm. I go silver. Silver's just dumping now. That's weird. Still green, but why are they pulling back and not going though? I mean, with such weakness in the market, I mean, you would imagine that, you know, precious metals, maybe energy might get the catch the bid, but it's not even like that. This thing is just dumping. Got stopped out in crystal, flat back, and man, I need to make some money today. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering is if we'll get a V-shaped recovery on this thing, you know? Oh, look at that. XSP calls are a little valuable. They got a little value. Oh, they're gone. They were up like $1 a con. Got a whole bunch of them. There's a huge price difference between TradingView and NinjaTrader 8. Really? Huh. How much of a huge price difference? I don't think we're gonna get a bounce. I don't think we're gonna get a V-shape. I think we're gonna continue to sell. We're already down here. We broke some levels. I think we're gonna continue selling. Hey, Queen of Trades, how's it going? You got paid data on TradingView. Could be the delay. Yeah, I don't use NinjaTrader, so I really don't. I wouldn't know what the price difference would be since I don't use NinjaTrader. And I do play for live data. So, yeah. There's that. What else are we looking at? Something back over here. See what someone does. We got a few days on this. Bitcoin. Dang it. Yeah, maybe I should just get rid of these Bitcoin calls. I mean, there's no reason in it anymore. Let's see. NQ, how long is the delay? I've got 24,820 on TradingView on my side. I don't know, not sure. Like they said though, if you're not paying for data on NQ, it's not going to be accurate. So you're going to have a delay on that. So just kind of bear that in mind. You didn't mention the Sundo shells, whether or not you were. Yeah, it's pretty ugly. Yep. Man, oh man. Which one lost on this? 33%. I'm about ready to get $2 per con on getting stopped out on my Bitcoin long now. So shoot. Yeah, like I said, so those shells, I don't trade on NinjaTrader, so I mean that it's not. Yeah, I don't really notice a delay, and for me, my trades have been fine for the most part. So, but everybody has their preference. I know there's a lot of people that they just detest trading on TradingView. So, it's all a matter of what works for you best. Do you trade on TradingView, or you're just charting there? I trade on TradingView. I either trade on TradingView or Project X, or I trade on Volumetrica. Just depends. Yeah, I like trading on TradingView because The reason I trade on TradingView is that it's the same on every platform. So if I use a tablet, if I use my Galaxy tablet, and if I open up TradingView, all my charts are there. If I open up my phone and I open up TradingView, all my charts are there. If I get on a Mac, same thing. You know, so it's not like NinjaTrader that I won't have access to the same tools I used to trade on my PC on my phone. So that's the main reason why I don't use it. I just got stopped out on my Bitcoin long, so 28% down for the day. So gave up some of my profit from yesterday. So oh well. Guess a red day for me now. Oh well.
Hey guys.
Hey there.
How's it going? So the way this
day.
giveaway is going to work is I am going to let's give people a few more minutes. I'm gonna give away a couple launch plans here. 1 to 3, depending on how many people we have in the room in a few minutes. Okay, so the way this is going to work, I have created a list of letters. I'm about to post a message. I want everyone to react to my message with a letter. Now, you have to use the emoji that corresponds to that letter. If more than 2 people, so if 3 or more people react the same letter, that letter will be removed and I'll move on to the next letter in my list. The people who guess the correct letter will win a launch plan. You guys are getting some practice here. What are these? Oh, there's different colors. We are only going to use the blue letters. Ready? It's blue letters only. Anything that reaches okay. 1 vote per person also. So if you've voted for more than 1 letter, please remove your votes. Gonna close this in a few seconds here. It's a DDoS.
Who's DDoSing? Is that me? That's not me. I'm so confused how this works. I just have to guess a letter.
All right, I see a few in here where people have voted on multiple letters. You are disqualified. Pick 1 letter. 1 letter. If you've chosen multiple letters, you're not winning.
Knew it was Coach Matt. Should have known it was Coach
Matt.
Matt.
Of course, it was Coach Matt. I don't know who T Money is, but whoever that is voted for every single letter. Alright, let me just go in and remove T Money from all of these. And Maxley has also been disqualified. How many people do we have in here? 42?
42.
Including
Yes,
us.
sir, we got 42.
All right, I think I have one winner. Just trying to sift through all of these because Maxley and T Money, who have been disqualified, have been spamming.
You know, we could do a bingo giveaway. The bot is actually set up in the Discord. Would you like to try that?
No, I have. I'm trying to see who my second winner is here.
Ah, cool.
Yeah.
These are simple games. You guys should see when I do giveaways. I ask a very detailed historical question that you have to get accurate. Patience, everybody. Carm's going through the process.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, Ace.
Just checking for duplicates. Let me write down your usernames.
And if we got viewers in Discord that are not able to type in chat, you will need to open up a support ticket on your Blue Sky live dashboard. So if you go into your Blue Sky dashboard, you can open a support ticket, ask support to add a verified role to you guys, and we will be able to type and interact with other members inside our Discord channel.
All right, I have my winners. Oh wait, it's weird. Where did my other one go? Okay, I lost someone. 1 second. Oh, right, here it is. I just didn't click paste. And the winners are, I'm gonna tag you in the chat here.
Oh, we need a drum roll.
Yeah, somebody get a drum roll going.
I gave you a little half-hearted one, McCarm. It was not very good.
Thank you. Couldn't hear it. I'm just getting these guys tagged.
We don't have a soundboard in here. I know, you need the soundboard. We got one.
Riz found the soundboard, guys. Watch out.
I can add them to my YouTube stream, but I'm not quite sure how to add them to Discord. I'll have to look through my stream deck and see if there's some plugins I could use to add sounds in the channel.
So the winners were Captain Matt, Q Smooth, and Alien Killer. Congratulations.
Well done, all three. Alien,
right,
Smooth, of course, Captain Matt. Yeah, congrats to the winners.
Definitely. Congrats to the winners, and thank you for the giveaways.
Yeah, just shoot me a DM and I will send you your code for your free launch plan. We're going to try to do these more often, and they'll be a little bit more structured. Today was kind of thrown together. See what we could do. But keep an eye on our live streams. We're not going to announce the next one. So it will be, I'll give you a hint. It's going to be sometime next week.
So now you just told me.
There you go. Make
Carm,
sure you
thank
have
you
those
so much.
notifications. Yeah, make sure you have those notifications turned on inside our announcements channel. So if you guys want to know when we're doing giveaways. Throw a wheel spin in. I wonder if I have a wheel on this layout. Let's see if I have a wheel on this layout. No, I don't have the wheel here. I could actually get a wheel though. You know, the other thing you could also do is you could do just take names and drop them into a prize wheel. I'll send you a link. If it makes you guys feel better, Andrew, I didn't win either. I didn't win. I lost too. But then again, I didn't even put anything on the list. Market's still selling. Sorry, there's an algo that's got me long, so I'm just kind of tracking that. Not a real trade. I am short though. I'm very short the market right now. I'm stacked up short right now, so we get right here.
There's a real good trigger against that support violation earlier today. Be interesting to see how the ES handles B700 here.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of interested to see if when the real sell is going to kick in. I don't think we've seen the real sell yet.
No, I thought that was a support violation algo sell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we're just testing the levels.
Couple levels on the ES to keep an eye on. 6,700 significant whole number was the low point yesterday. Kind of right south of 6,700, and then you have the 6,780 level, which is kind of slightly south of the 200-day moving average on the daily chart, but you also have a couple pivots there over the last couple days as well, both on a support level on Friday and Thursday of last week. So those are the two levels I'm tracking. I will take a short underneath 6680. I missed the short underneath that break of support earlier today. Those are the two levels I'm hunting today, though.
Right on.
No, we haven't seen any volatility spikes yet, Ace. No. Like I said, I think Riz was right. I think we clipped support and just saw some selling pressure. I mean, how many times do we see a support level give and it goes to the next level of support, right? That's all I'm seeing here so far. Suda Shelf, fantastic. Nice job. Well done. It's me. Coach Riz streams here every single day. I usually do Power Hour with Coach Riz every day, and we talk trades all day long. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You should come join us every day.
Yeah, definitely. It's me here Monday through Friday, anytime the market is open. So yeah, feel free to stop by, hang in. I think there's a few traders. I think Neil and some of the other traders were talking about popping in a voice chat in the evenings. And if you guys want to trade in the evening, just send me a ping if I am at my desk, which I usually am till about midnight to about 1 a.m. CST. You can usually catch me at my desk. There's a few traders that actually do, they'll send me messages in the overnight, ask me if I'm in a certain trade or what my position is in the overnight session. So definitely, let's run it. Exactly. You guys already know I love the overnight session. That's my favorite session.
I'm a fan of the overnight session.
Yep, I love being a pajama trader.
In fact, I did a basic trading lab a couple weeks ago on just understanding the time frames of the overnight session. If you're interested, you can check that out on our Blue Sky YouTube channel. And for those of you just finding us and seeing what we do here at Blue Sky on a day in, day out basis, we also do the Blue Sky Trading Lab, working on our skill set every single week on Thursdays at 4 p.m.
What's your downside target on ES, Coach?
I got 6,700 and then 6,680.
Tell me more.
I definitely think we could test the 6,680 level here.
Oh, you're gonna make me happy if we get there.
You got some ZRDT action going on?
Absolutely. Well, no, I'm
Or you just
actually
short
in.
term?
I'm actually in SPXS. So I got calls for 3 days out. So I'm sitting in the $4 SPXS calls because they were super cheap, and I figured with OPEX last week and stuff like that, we should see some selling coming in.
Good. I think we should. Yeah, I agree.
And they were cheap. They were so cheap. They were $2 a con. I mean, at the money. And now I'm just, I'm 15 cents out the money, and I think I'll be all right.
Pseudo, is it a bad thing that you're not paying attention to the market during the trading session when you're planning on trading on the overnight session? No. Like, I don't think you have to stay involved in the market 24/7. You can read a trend as you get into your routine during the night session. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are like that, algo traders and your traders that have been trading for a while. I mean, after you've been trading for a minute, you'll start to add in some automated trade strategies in just to kind of do the light lifting. A lot of traders, I know that the bots do the scalps and the smaller trades. They look for the bigger moves themselves. I think you're good though, just like Coach Matt said. I'll be honest with you, before I started streaming for Blue Sky again, I wasn't looking at the New York session. I was only looking at the after-hour session. That was the only session that really mattered because I could wake up about an hour after market open and be ready to take my first day trade in the options chain, and I'd be fine. So it's all a matter of how you're managing your own strategies and what they require.
And there's nothing wrong with algo trading, but I personally love to read a chart, and I personally trust my eyes more than I trust an algo, personally. I've also seen some algos make some horrific mistakes, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Horrific. Like shut down the account mistakes. So I wouldn't have my entire account running on an algo. I think it's insane.
Yep. I've seen algos blow accounts in one trade.
Algos aren't that smart. They're really not.
I mean, they're really not smart. I mean, all they're basically doing is following rules and taking entries and
the AI algos are dumb as a box of rocks right now.
Mm-hmm.
They like all context, everything. They'll get better, like a ton better over the next couple of years. My general point is I don't have any issue with algo trading. None. Like 90% of the market is done through algo trading. But most of that is done at the institutional level and not out of black boxes that are to the public. There's not an issue with trading with algos. Not at all. We all do it. It's just a matter of how much of your account do you want to trust on an algo.
Yeah, Captain Matt.
It's me. I've been trading since 2005. I trade everything. Stock, options, futures, Forex, crypto. Do a lot in the options world. Day trade futures. Most everything else is on the stock and the options side of the equation.
Yeah, I've been trading for about 6 years now, and same for me. I trade futures, options, crypto as well, mainly Bitcoin. Bitcoin and XRP is mainly what I stick to as far as my leverage trading on crypto.
I've been trading more Ethereum these days, but
have you?
Well, for the last 5 months, yeah.
Yeah.
Not before that, but I've enjoyed the Ethereum run up until about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, we just ran out of steam 2 weeks ago.
Man, it was such a beautiful trend, though. It was such a beautiful trend. I think Steve caught the bottom of it, by the way. I'm not joking. I think Steve caught the bottom of the Ethereum run.
I think he's still holding.
I don't think he's going to stop holding. No. His entry was one of the better entries I've seen. He had conviction behind it too.
Yeah, he did. His entry is great.
Pseudo shell. Yeah, I've done a lot of forex in my career. Still do, not nearly as much as I used to. But it's still one of the instruments I look at on a day in, day out basis is the euro dollar cross, and I still do a lot of macro analysis on the dollar that leads me into other instruments as well. But I actually prefer futures as a day trading instrument over forex these days. RQ he is like he put in the bottom of the entire trend. Like it was freaking amazing. Like listening to Steve on his call on Ethereum made me money. And it was such a good call out. Which means next time Steve has conviction, I have a lot of trust. But there's only one thing, RQ, we trust above all things. Isn't that accurate? What is the one instrument, RQ, we trust above all things? Gold. That's right, baby. That's right. Gold. That's right. It's the glow gold. Gold is the way. It is. Silver too.
I wish my silver was ripping. You know, Coach, you might
Dude,
find
silver
this
has
interesting.
these moments though. Like gold's more consistent than silver. The one thing that silver has taught me over the days is once you have a read, don't get flipped by some random volatility because silver comes out of nowhere. And all of a sudden it's up 20.
So check this out. Right now, 3-day, one out the money calls on silver are 2 cents right now.
Bro, it's not a bad call. Silver, like if you pull up the hourly chart on silver right now, you are sitting at the previous high on the trend. You're sitting in between the 9 and the 20, and you're trying to turn around. And so it's not a bad call to say I think 40 is gonna like pull up SLV really quick, not the SI.
Slumberjay, SLB.
Not SLB, SLV as in victory.
Sorry.
That's my Utah drawl coming through there, brother.
That's what we were just on, but yeah, we're back on it. You on the daily?
So look at that support level trying to get dialed in. Like the daily's awesome. The daily's just running here. My point is over the next 3 days, right? You're sitting at that support level on the intraday side. It's really kind of saying, okay, if this support level holds, great. If not, I want to get out, but it's only 2 cents. I don't think that's a bad little shot in the dark trade, honestly. I think that's a pretty good one. In fact, hold on a sec.
Yeah,
3 days out?
Yeah, 3 days out for Friday.
What strike you thinking?
$41 on SLV. I mean, the good thing about it, we don't need much. And all I really need is an IV push. We're so cheap, you know. If any type of volume comes in and starts giving them a reason to start buying, those IVs will just rip.
All you need is one more day like we had in the last 2 days. That's it. That's what we need.
Yep. It's a good risk to reward. At least in my perspective.
I think it's a good shot in the dark. You got momentum in trend. Like these things, like silver wants to run here, in my opinion. It's overextended, but it does want to run here. I don't mind it, Riz. Like certainly not a full position, but like I don't think it's a bad trade at all. Like little shot in the dark trade here.
I got a few dozen. We'll see.
I'm with you. I'm doing it.
What's the worst that can happen? I'll lose a few bucks or I'll make a metric ton of money.
Yeah, this isn't a trade you're just looking to double that coin,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I looked at gold, and the only reason I didn't opt for GLD was because the GLD won out. The monies were so juiced already, and gold
They're
and silver.
making you pay.
Yes, they're going to make you pay. So I opted for silver since silver was less expensive, and I was like, they're going to follow suit. If gold goes, silver's going to go too.
Honestly, they don't always run together, but this current trend is like, there's some special things happening in the precious and industrial metal class. I think it's a good trade.
Oh, thank you. I hope so. We're holding this low here on NQ. It's still got the bear flag here on the 15. Top of the range right now. Same for ES. Gross on Bitcoin. Could all have been moving since the London, Since we opened yesterday, we just been repping.
Got such a good support level, but wake me when it breaks a resistance level worth anything.
I definitely will, Coach.
I don't have a lot of trust in crude.
I don't either.
Not right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's got its moments where crude's really fun to trade. I have not found that recently.
Last year, crude wasn't bad. This year, it's been pretty lackluster. I was banking on seasonality to kick in for summer. I had taken some trades over the summer, hoping that we'd see some movements on crude, and we didn't even get it. I just had my first review and got placed in the trader development program. Anyone know about this besides having to pay 40% in profit? I'm not aware of what programs we have that have that. Yeah, I'm not aware of any 40% profit share from our team or our group. It might be another provider, but unfortunately, if it's another provider, that won't. We can't help you with that. Went from a 90-10 split to a 50-50 split. I didn't even know we had a development program, a trader development program. Whether the bear flag still holding true. Algo almost got out of the trade, but still not doing great. Captain Matt, as far as your question, Pine Code it helps. It depends on what platform you're trying to build automated trade strategies. I would definitely either focus on the platform you're with and then look and see what code is required for it. If you're using NinjaTrader, most of your algos will be written in C. And if you're using TradingView, you would be looking at using PineScript. But I will tell you, using algos, it can get very expensive. It can get very expensive because, you know, like Coach Matt said, the algos will just blow the accounts very quickly since there's no thought behind it. It is only following the rules set out in the strategy. So just bear in mind that. 20 minutes from Power Hour, team. Sometimes we do. Some of us do. Some traders will post in their gains and their profits from trades and stuff. You know, so it just varies, you know, day by day. You know, sometimes you'll see us kind of just post in, you know, a trade will close on the percentage of gain. Some folks will post in their performance for the week. So yeah, and we have a channel dedicated specifically to P&L. So definitely drop those in there if you guys are passing your payouts. Post them in there. I want to see those successes. Having a lot of trade history, beating a buy and hold while maintaining a sub 30% drawdown, I think is good to rock. Yeah, you know, the only problem with the algos is that market structure changes, and that's where you can run into some issues with the algos that I've noticed is that, you know, depending on the session, stuff like that. Like the majority of algos, they don't work really well in the after hour session just because of the lack of volume. So there's a good chunk of algos that do very well in the New York session, but not the after hour session. You know, things like that. Then you have some algos that their win rate on longs To me, over the course of the last like 3 years that I've been developing and working on automated trade strategies, I've noticed that long algos have a higher success rate than short algos. Really odd. The minute you start
Agreed with
adding
that,
in,
Riz.
yeah,
I agree with that a lot.
it's really strange. Do you
I
have
think
any
it's due
insight
to
on that?
volatility. I think the
Is it?
algos have a difficult time tracking volatility. Most algos are programmed with pretty simple moving averages, quite frankly. Like 80% of algos are all basically moving average crossover type systems. And when volatility hits the market and we deal with volatility pockets where the average price goes from one level to a vastly different level pretty quickly, I feel like the algos have a difficult time catching up with that volatility. And I've seen that across the board, honestly. Like algos are a lot more consistent on the top side, in my opinion. Now, that's not mentioning Goldman Sachs algo. That's a little bit of a different conversation. But then again, theirs costs $2 billion.
Well, I mean, that's a difference between what those institutions are doing, because my understanding is it's normally you have your professional trader that is assigned a developer. The developer is who is curating the algo to the pro trader's requirements and requests through the day. So he tells the algo developer, I want this, I want these specific variables, and the dev implements it, and then the trader then launches the algo into the market. That was what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Interesting process.
Oh, and I think they're going to get infinitely smarter. Like as we navigate the AI age, which we're still in extreme. Like if people think AI is smart today, it's not. AI is like a child. It's learning. Things are going to expand pretty aggressively over a couple of years. So there's a lot of flaws in the data right now. It's going to get better and better and better. After the market got punched earlier, it's kind of stabilizing here, Riz. Got a little double top on the 5-minute chart. Got a double bottom working right now. What do you guys think? Do we see the market reverse here? Just trying to stabilize. 5-minute chart stabilizing, 15-minute chart still kind of low basing. 9 EMA is catching up to the 15-minute chart. That's usually when patterns start to emerge. What do you guys think? Does the ES or the NQ, both very similar right now, do they reverse here, or is this a hesitation into a deeper sell-off? What's everybody think? Because this is where patterns live. This is where probability lives. This is where traders start making decisions. This is where you start identifying levels, seeing patterns develop. The ultimate question is, what are you going to do about it? Do you think it reverses? Do you think it sees a little bit more selling here? Yeah, definitely squeezing. Yeah, I wouldn't call it tight yet, but yeah, I mean, you're certain. I would simply say it's losing momentum on the sell side. That's a very standard thing as you go through pattern development. Squeezing, loss of momentum, very similar concepts. I would love a reversal at the Monday low a little bit more than the one right now. Right? I agree with that, Ace. Like technically, we were talking about this yesterday. And I would even describe it that way today. I think the market's been very technically well behaved today. You had a clean level of support that you violated. You hugged the 9 EMA on the 15-minute chart down to the next level of support. You consolidated. Like this, like I don't see this as anything other than a technical move. Hang on, this head for more sell-off. Stocks are moving down, even though the USD has also been moving down. That's not a good sign, Anon. I would agree with that. In fact, when you look at the dollar and you look at the euro, for example, euro's actually looking pretty decent. Pretty decent. I would actually say the euro's in a viable situation from a swing trading perspective now, Anon. So that's a great call out. Dollar showing a little bit of weakness, euro showing a little bit of pump over the last day, stock selling off a little bit in the face of the dollar selling off. Not a good look. I agree with that 1000%. Dollar is the catalyst to stock and commodity moves. Dollar leads, everybody else kind of follows. Now, is it a shakeout? I don't know if I can call it a shakeout yet. I got to see more volatility than an intraday move. Maybe a little stop hunt, Anon. Maybe there's a little stop hunt going on there. I just think it's a really good point on the dollar. By the way, the 9 EMA on the daily chart is 66.82. So you got those two levels of support on the ES right now, 67 and 66, or 66.80. That 66.80 would be the 9 EMA on the daily chart. Anon, that would be really, that'd be cooking, brother. Like a reversal at that point would really, I'd like that a lot more than the current levels.
Yeah, I think we're going to keep selling into power hour. Probably won't see a bounce until like the last 10.
I'd have to agree with that. I think the current pattern suggests more selling. I think it feels far more hesitation analysis in front of another move to the downside than a pure reversal, I would say.
I'm actually surprised the selling hasn't gotten more aggressive since we've already broken so many levels. It's the only thing that makes me worried. The VIX is still making a move to the upside.
Kind of what it feels like. Gold just dumped, by the way, on the 15. Not a strong move, but certainly testing some intraday support.
Not yet.
This was a Forex conversation. I'd have a strong opinion above the 118.20 level on the euro.
Think the euro's going to start moving?
That level looks very clean.
Gold just dumped. Yeah, see silver also starting to sell. Move crude oil will start to rip.
Look at that. I'm up 21% on these SPXS puts now, or calls. Let's go. Nope. Got power hour in 3 minutes, team. It's coming.
Yeah, RQ gold just broke the 38 level. I definitely see a little bit more selling pressure here.
Dang. That was my silver trade. At least it was cheap.
We're gonna have to climb up that hill a little bit more there, Riz.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are.
Oh, I'm not gonna overreact to it. I still like it. Two general themes are happening right now in the market. Since we are all focused on price action, I thought I'd give a little bit of a macro update very quickly. It looks as though Jay Powell said in a speech today, stocks are overvalued. Thank you, Jay Powell, for telling us about the fundamental condition of the market. And then the second thing was NVIDIA selling a little bit here today on some AI news. gave back a little bit of that momentum they got yesterday. Yeah, that's kind of what I think, that what I'm seeing on the chart here, Ace.
Amazon down almost 3% for the day. All right, team, welcome to Power Hour. Self first, ask questions later. Sure. Trying to buy it. I'll be right back and get myself some water.
Yeah, I'm looking at NVIDIA right now, and unlike, like, everything's kind of sitting at an intraday support and a daily support level right now, Ace. NVIDIA is the one that is kind of sitting at kind of a triple wick top there, right around the 177, 178 level, and kind of bottoming out a little bit. I still see it as an intraday bearish retracement. So I don't think it's a pickup yet, but this is a zone where you could see some decent development. I know the ES has been a little bit choppy inside pattern. It hasn't broke pattern yet. Gold had that one candle dump and trying to rebuild back. Same with silver. I think we're kind of firmly still in the patterns we talked about 10, 15 minutes ago. Haven't seen a conclusion to those as of yet, but if you're a bull and you're looking for a reversal, NVIDIA was one of those catalysts that drove the stock market down. They reversed quick. Keep an eye on the ESNQ. I don't have an opinion as of yet from a tradable situation. Still inside pattern. Remember, the conversation in the lab this week is going to be on when does the trend fail? How to identify the ending of a trend, which is obviously the beginning point of the next trend. And so we're going to do a little bit of depth of the retracement, support conversation, patterns. Highly, highly technical conversation on Thursday. So if you love technical analysis, you want to learn how to identify the end of a trend and the beginning point of a new trend, join me on Thursday. Squats, I was on mute. Apologize for that.
Yeah, I'm still
my
here
wife
as
handed
well.
me a
Just
little dude, so I didn't want to have him scream in your ear for a second.
where are you guys at? Uh-oh.
Yeah, I got this squarely as a technical event, Riz. Like, if this was a volatility event where the market was, pricing something in, concern or whatever the case might be, like Powell's commentary, for example, I think it just gave a little bit of an edge to violate support, and I think that's all we're seeing here is just a standard technical move, which I think is positive. Volatility events can be difficult to trade unless you catch it. Gold? 5 bulls decided to finally take in profit. Well, the first move, I was watching gold when it broke. It was quick. Like it wasn't 1 second, but it was quick. It would last for about 5 minutes and you clip support. Obviously stop losses here. And you triggered on underneath that let's say 3809 level. Quick journey, tried to stop at support, did not stop, continued to move down underneath 3800. It was aggressive, there's no doubt about that. But go out to the daily chart. Go out to the daily chart. Always get context. I'm not going to paint a green candle as too negative here. Wait till the Asian session. It'll recover. Yeah, I think you should call it time trades. Yeah, Jojo, I something about it. Something about it. I agree, Steve. An unheralded trading philosophy is time. Time and price. When you're reading a chart, it's time and price. We focus on price a lot, but remember, it's time and price. Both of them. You read price over time. You read a chart by looking at the XY axis over price. Understanding time. Time can be a correction, for example. Price doesn't have to correct. Time can correct. I agree with Steve 100% on time. What was interesting on gold is it wasn't a dollar move. Dollar's just kind of hesitating. At this point, gold, get down to 37.82, 83, 82, 83. That's a good level to anchor again on gold.
Breaking news. Trump says the Ukraine can win back all of its territory lost to Russia.
Trump said that, Riz, during the UN speech?
Yeah, he made a statement saying that the Ukraine can win back all its territory. So sounds like he's having he's changing it up now. A shift from the original to make concessions.
So befriending the dictator didn't work. Okay.
Doesn't sound like it. Sounds like the breakup is official.
Oh, he said it on a truth after the speech, Anon, not in front of the UN. Gotcha. Yeah, he's been getting frustrated on the whole Russian situation for the last couple of weeks. It'll be very interesting if he goes full throttle on the economic sanctions. And quite frankly, if Europe follows. Speaking specifically on the no longer buying Russian oil. Might be one of the reasons why oil's pumping today.
A little bit of a rip here into the close.
Yeah, Riz, I would agree with that. Bulls have a pretty decent look right now. Double wick bottom held at 67.01. You're above the 20 and the 9 on the 5-minute chart. 15-minute 9 EMA is kind of right there at 67.11. You got a pivot point in the reversal at 67.16. I think aggressively you could trigger above the 9 EMA here. I think aggressively you could trigger above, or a little bit more conservatively, you could trigger above the 16 level. That's what I'm currently looking at.
Mm-hmm.
And I do like the level on gold that it's currently at. I talked about it just 10 minutes ago, the 83, 82 level. But that thing's going to be an overnight session conversation. It doesn't have the time to develop. For gold traders tonight, keep an eye on any support build going into the Asian session.
It's all fake news. Feels like it. That's a rejection.
Yeah, it sniffed that 90 EMA on the 15-minute chart. Didn't want anything to do with it yet. I don't think that's a bad call, squats. Like, there's a battle going on right now. Really trying to hold support, can't work against resistance. Usually that's seen through the lens of bearish development until you can break some degree of resistance level. The ES has not done that yet. How's the nap, though? Was the nap good? Dude, naps are underrated. Who agrees with me, by the way? Naps are underrated.
Naps are underrated. I love a midday nap.
I'm right there with you. I had a kind of a lazy morning a little bit.
Was that a Steve? Was that a hint for us to short gold? Not long.
Yeah, I was telling. I told earlier that we were shorting it.
Oh, I must have missed that.
The stop bars are white on my chart, and so whenever I say like stop bar for the win, it means that the trade worked. Because the way that those work is, if you're going to trade those, you put your stop just behind the stop bar, because most of the time it will go up and get really close to or hit the stop bar perfectly. And if you get it to hit perfectly, typically the trade plays out really well.
Nice. I'll definitely keep an eye out.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's certain days and certain number of days since whatever price, etc., that goes into how that's done. But yeah, it's just trading based on time.
So your white bars on your chart, that's your stop bar?
Yeah, so when they go into, whenever the trade initiates, like, let me screenshot the one from earlier. So that screenshot there, you can see the trade for today. It went up last night in Globex and hit the stop bar.
Yeah.
And then,
because that was kind of the tippity top from the overnight.
Yeah. And then just before the open at 7, I guess it's 7:07ish, whenever that is, it went up and it didn't hit the stop bar. And then when it went down and it pulled back to the orange, or you see the 25,000, and then that stop bar is, I think that's probably exactly 11 points, because they're generally, they have that rule that the market moves in 111 point increments, and the 11 points is where they stop everybody out. And so that's where the stop bars come in. You'll have some that are set at exactly 11 points, and then you'll have others that between the bars. So like you see the other colors, and you're like, sometimes you'll see a white bar above and below. That distance is typically going to equal 11 points, like 5.5 points on each side, or whichever. So that's generally how it works. Sometimes it's 6 on one side and the rest on the other. And when it hit that 25 and it went down and it pulled back really quick, it went right to the stop bar. So your trade's good. You just stay in it. It went down, and then it came back and it went back above 24 or whatever that is. And you're still well below the original ones, and you just stay in. But the time trades is technically, it's a subscription service. Like, you can't, it's not really free. We may do something with it in the future for people in brokerage, though.
Sexy. So we're thinking about maybe giving them access to the time chart?
Yeah, for traders who are at the live brokerage.
Nice. By the way, at the lab this Thursday, once again, we'll be talking about all things technical analysis, but specifically how to spot when a trend ends. And I'll be doing a giveaway on Thursday. So, little incentive. But if you complain about my giveaways, you're completely voided away from getting a giveaway.
Can I win?
It's completely subjective as well.
Free is my second favorite F word.
Squats.
Market's starting to catch that bid now.
Dude, I've been watching that 6,700 level like a hog.
Right.
It doesn't even sniff it. Like it gets a 701 double wick bottom. It's not bad development here. It's just, where's the bulls? Let's go. By the way, the 9 EMA is now 2 points away from the price. You break that 9, I'm going to take a trade. This is how you win one of Coach Matt's giveaways, by the way. See if you guys can get this. What asset class were they evaluating when candlestick charts were created?
Tulips.
Definitely not index funds.
Tulips.
Was not tulips. Dang. You're about 150 years away, though. You were getting there. Servo, it was rice. It was.
Rice.
It was rice. The individual was studying rice patterns based on seasonality. And that's how candlesticks were formed about 300 years ago. Candlesticks have been the dominant way of alt price action ever since. That's how you win Coach Matt giveaways. My last one that we did was a couple weeks ago, and the question was, in what century and what country was the first currency created? I'll see if you guys can remember that one while we wait on this reversal to play out. In what country was the first currency created? You can't Google. But Squats is right. China. They tied it to copper until they ran out of copper, and then the currency died. And from that point on, every currency created was tied to a commodity until 1971, when we removed the gold standard from the equation for the last time and embraced a pure fiat. Yeah, you can phone a friend. You just can't Google. Am I your friend, though? Okay, now it's like you can't even say no more Google because everybody just chat GPTs these days. We got to find a good like action word for you can't chat GPT because nobody wants to say you can't chat GPT. Oh, okay. Egypt did, ancient Greece did. Ancient Greece is the one who created the first coins that were used in currency circulation. Egypt did as well downstream, but it wasn't a pure currency, meaning it wasn't a paper currency tied to the physical commodity, which means the paper currency derived its value from the commodity. That's how, like, coin systems were not currency systems, they're commodity-backed systems. I'm talking about the actual currency itself, but you are right. Egypt certainly had a currency system as well, but it was based on commodity. Most historical payment systems up until the 20th century were based on commodity. Paper would come, paper would die, death of currency would ensue, and then they would basically restart and start a new currency. Here's another question for you while we're waiting on this reversal for the 30th minute here. No, I'll have that different question. Maybe that's a good question for the actual quiz on Thursday. I'm going to test you on this one, Squats. What was the first reserve currency? And again, currency historically can be commodity or currency. It was made out of silver. Yes. It was made out of silver. It was the Greek drachma. It was used in international trade throughout the Mediterranean, Egypt, all of those areas. All the way back like 300 BC. That's a great question, Squats. I can tell you about every aspect of the historical nature of a commodity or a currency, but I cannot tell you about the pack of hot dogs because it doesn't make sense, brother. Like, it doesn't make sense. If the buns are going to be 6, then the pack should be 6. Let's come on. This is easy. Oh, which one was Squats? Squats kept going from. What's your other handle, Ted? Scrubs. That's right. Squats is another guy. Sorry about that, Scrubs. Because I don't want no scrubs. By the way, he's the best part of that movie, and that movie is a top 5 comedy. Like, it's great. Gator don't play no. That's pretty funny. Oh, when they're standing on top of the building. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Guys, we're a point away from the 9 EMA. First test since 3 hours ago, by the way. Yeah, they just land on cement. Yeah. I think the funniest for me is when they take his gun away and they give him a wooden gun.
I love that.
Every time.
That's hilarious.
And then they take his wooden gun away and give him a whistle.
Oh, man. I love
that's hilarious. Guys, Bull's talking here. Listen, insider. Yeah. That could happen. And I could teach you a valuable lesson. No, I kid. Gold dumped until that 60, the 37.83 level that we talked about. Kissed off it. Right back up to 3,800. I think honestly, I don't love it because I don't love scalping gold, but like I don't mind the current development going into the overnight session on gold. Like I'm not gonna make a trade on it right now, but like it tells me that one move that it had was we just haven't seen any follow through to that one spike in volatility. Yeah. Sometimes, RQ, I wish I would be a little bit more aggressive on my levels, like that one on gold, just barely, instead of waiting on patterns. But patterns have treated me right throughout the years. Taught me very valuable lessons in waiting on patience on pattern development. Oh no, not at all, not at all. It's a really good level. Like like you give me my druthers here, like high base, do nothing at 3,800, break 3,800 going into the Asian session would be a beautiful situation. A double bottom at 3,783 would also equally be a pretty good little development, in my opinion. ETH quietly doing nothing today, wiping off the stink from yesterday. Doesn't have it too negative of a interday. It's like neutral. Good levels, 42.30 on the top side. On the downside, 41.40. I can see a pretty decent trade setup there. Yeah, Ace, at this point, I'm long above 67.12. Like, tick up, I'm good. I just needed to see a close above the 15-minute, not a close, but I needed to see it get above that 90 EMA on the 15-minute chart. That's a rule for me, by the way, Ace. Like, I do not fight the 9 EMA on the 15-minute chart. You have to fight something all the time, but that's the one because I use it so much in management and pattern development that it's such an anchor for me. And so I won't fight that 9 EMA on the 15-minute chart. That's why I love the consolidation here, is because, like we were talking about with Steve, time can be a time consolidation can act as a price pattern. And so that brings that 9 EMA on the 15-minute chart underneath the breakout channel. And so when you break through the 9, you enter into what I call a moving average pocket, where you can get a little bit of good price moving. Okay, bye-bye.
About 4 minutes from imbalances. Got a minute before imbalances.
Imbalances coming out soon, everybody.
Silver holding. This price action is slow.
Good move on that so far, Riz.
Mm-hmm.
Got to get above 16. I think we can get 22.
Yeah, it's catching a bid now.
16 is the pivot point in the pattern. You get above that level, should get a little bit of love here.
I think you're right, my friend. I think you're right. I just picked up some XSP 666 calls for 13 cents. About 20 cents out the money. Let's see. Come on.
Don't stop with that. Let's go. Come on. Don't you stop with that.
Give us that recovery. Do it. Do it.
Who else is in this current long off the reversal? NOA says Riz myself.
Correct.
RQ decided to go against us. $607. Yeah, I don't hit the reverse button very often, Ace. I think you and I are very similar that way. I need to see too many patterns develop to immediately have a different perspective unless something gets violated. I think it's used a little bit too liberally, Jaja. Like it's a great technique. I'm not trying to like talk down it at all. It's a great technique. I just feel like people do that based on emotions and volatility and not price level, not pattern, not structure. Like it makes me, I say it all the time, prospect theory, people making decisions based on, the emotions and the context over money, and not, the raw conversation of price. Don't you do this. Come on, giddy up. Let's go.
Exactly. It's like, come on, do it. Get up there. Last 5 minutes. Come on, yes, let's do it. Get up there. Got 4 minutes. Come on, Bulls. Let's get to VWAP at least. It's at 200. Come on. Last 2 minutes.
I don't know if it's bears or the lack of bullish conviction, but it definitely puttered out one way or the other, brother. Not a bad trade setup. Don't regret it at all. But
yeah, terrible. Nothing.
No, we giddy up and go. Oh, that's a cute bear.
Last minute.
Ding, ding.
Ding, ding, ding.
Well, Riz and team, as always, it was a pleasure today. Great work, Riz. And everybody else, well done. What's up, Blas? It's good to see you, brother. Love you too. No. I you called me Mike. I'll take Mike. He's a fantastic, amazing, one of the best traders I've ever seen. So I'm okay with that. I'll take Glenn Powell. Like I'll do that too. I mean, we could play this game all day long. I think the overnight session is set up too. You're setting at support on the ES intraday. You got a bearish retracement off a pivot point on GC. Both look pretty good. I think the overnight session is going to be good. Oh, see, Neil, I'll take that, brother. I'll take that and run with it. All right, team. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. Riz, I'm out. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
You got it, Coach. Thanks for joining me today. Appreciate it. And thanks to everybody else for listening in today. Congratulations to our winners for today's giveaway as well. Don't forget, you guys can catch Coach Matt's free trading class after market close every Thursday. Fantastic class there that you guys can take advantage of and get insight from him. So make sure you guys are taking advantage of that because he's putting it out every day for y'all. I really do appreciate him doing that. As well as we've got some great sales going on. Launch plans on sale, $49, $69. We've also got we've got those $100 specials going on for all accounts. That's 100, 200, and 300Ks. It's a $100 special. And with that being said, thanks again, team. Hope you guys had a great trading day. If you didn't, tomorrow's another day, and hopefully you will be with us tomorrow to battle these markets and navigate these charts again. So again, thank you all for joining me. I will see you all tomorrow bright and early. Good luck in the market, team. Have a fantastic day. See y'all tomorrow.